Hello and welcome to this week's restart of the Bloodrager Primalist Kitsune playthrough, because I decided to respec because it just really did not make sense at all to me what I thought making my character and making all these stats not as optimized as this currently is. I know exactly where I will put my points into and what I think is important, as well as which belts I eventually want to equip and all of that. And I know exactly what sort of weaponry I want to use, because I got a lot farther on in my main character playthrough. However, in order to really start that, I would have to restart the entire playthrough. Since I have most of today free, I decided to just do that all in one go and then not worry about it at all. Now, last time I picked the red dragon bloodline. I think that for this one, picking the draconic gold dragon bloodline would be rather more interesting, as we get just a few different powers from this particular bloodline. Now, I've done most of it all. I will just quickly go ahead, select Desna, chaotic good alignment, and then very quickly make certain that these are all correct. I think we had an Arctic fox type with some yellowish eyes. No tattoos or anything like that. And then we had some red, but I think gold might be a bit more appropriate this time around as our color. And so we have a golden Kitsune Bloodrager, as well as its human form, which I am honestly not going to spend too much time on, but the hairstyle must be correct. This was the hairstyle. Unfortunately, we can't match our eye color. That is the type of detail I really like. So just go with this. And then we can match our hair color to our fur color, so we will do that. And then the clothes need to be the correct color, which is 25 for the main and 26 for the off-white color.
Interesting. Let's move.
And as our name, once more, Remy, born the 5th of the 6th month. 5th of Saranith.
This doesn't suit me.
Okay, that's just rude. It's not as though we start like that. Alright, so, just a few changes. We are going to be a greatsword focused melee greatsword focused medium armor wearing character, which will have some slight arcane armor failure chance. Luckily we use charisma for our spellcasting, so a charisma of 17 or 18 around that time should be enough. Let's see if we can just make it there. We also have a background change, because the background that I chose was rather non-optimal. And I am going to set up some moderation on my backend so that if anyone joins in who doesn't want to play by the rules, can be banned by me. So unfortunately that means that you will be without sound for a few seconds while I set everything up to be done correctly. Let's see, that is stream manager, and we are here. Let's see then.
Hey, somebody! We got a wounded fighter. Can we get a healer over here?
My, would you look at this? But why would you drag a wounded fighter into the middle of the festival square? Couldn't she be carted off somewhere else like, oh, I don't know, an infirmary? Or an accommodating ditch?
I really like him. He's an asshole. My main character fell in love with him, and I don't quite know how it happened.
Everyone step back. Now, what's the matter? What happened to her? The wound looks nasty. Who did this to her?
You hear the voice, of the stern voice of an elderly man, but you're so weak you can't even turn your head to look in his direction.
Demons, Prelate. We found her barely alive outside the walls of Canabris.
It's not untrue.
The walls, you say? Enemy doesn't usually stray so close to the city. Must fortify the defenses. And you, hold fast. Don't die. We'll see you right. We'll get you patched up now. But first, you there, guard. Take her weapons. Bearing arms is not permitted during the festival. Wounded or not, everyone must abide by the rules. She can get her things back after the festival.
Stuck up rules follower.
O Inheritor, leader of our troops, the sharpened edge of our blades and the unyielding strength of our armor, Iomade, I beseech you, grant your mercy, heal her wounds.
The magic envelops you, but your pain lessens, only slightly. I won't give up that easily.
Hear, hear! That's the Crusader spirit. My powers are not enough here. Someone call for Terendelev. You there! Yes, you! Stop dithering and gawping and make yourself useful. Go and get Terendelev!
Prelate, surely there is somebody else here better suited to running errands.
The lady raises her head in an affectation of surprise as she is addressed.
I'll get her! Terendelev! Has anyone seen Terendelev?
Be quick about it before it's too late. Now, who are you? I don't remember seeing you before, and I have an excellent memory for faces.
I'm Raimi. I'm a Crusader. I came to fight demons.
Oh, Iomade saved me from green recruits. They come without planning, without preparation, and they die before they even see their first real battle. I don't know whether to laugh or cry at the utter waste of it all.
And so, our healer arrives.
My dear Prelate, please, for the sake of the festivities, stop interrogating this poor woman. She's been through enough already. Go on. I'll take care of her.
All right, as you wish. You are our protector, and a dragon at that, so I shall defer to your wisdom. But be on your guard. I've been informed she was wounded near Canabris. That means the demons are prowling just outside the walls, and the city is crawling with their spies. Others may be able to relax on this holiday, but not you or I. Not the defenders of the city.
Muttering discontentedly, the old man walks off. Let me just... Right, this is all going correctly. Because I thought I saw an error message.
Pry loose the grudging grip of pain. Cast off the veil of suffering flesh. Let light and life go forth in triumph to repel the skulking shade of death. There.
A beautiful, silver-haired woman leans over you. She seems ageless, her face hollow and lined, but centuries-old sadness gleams in her eyes. The longer she speaks, the stronger her voice becomes. Thank you for helping me.
I accept your thanks, but my work is not yet done.
Who are you that you heal me just like that?
My name is Terendelev. I am the protector of the city.
And are you really a dragon?
You don't believe me? Perhaps I should retake my true form and engulf this square with my ice breath to win your trust. Pay no mind to my current guise. I appear this way when I walk among the people. I would hamper the festivities if I tried to attend in my true form.
That is very understandable. Do you know what happened to me?
I do not know yet, and that troubles me. I am not entirely sure what the demons did to you. This wound is no ordinary injury, and it was inflicted by no ordinary weapon. I have rid you of your pain and restored your strength, but only time will allow you to heal fully.
Can I go now?
Certainly, but be careful. I have managed to get you back on your feet, but I have not healed you fully. Alas, sooner or later, your pain will return. But do not be discouraged. You will recover, I promise you that. Tomorrow, come to the cathedral and say that you are expected by Terendelev, protector of Canabras. We will find a way to help you. But for now, put this out of your mind and enjoy the festival. They are all too rare in this time of war, and merriment is one of the best medicines.
I will. I'll see you tomorrow then. And so it begins. We can sample a special festival drink, throw darts, punch a sock puppet, but first let us show this. Right mouse button if you want to click and drag to orient, and you can click like this. Deactivate the bloodline, WASD for movement of the camera, QE to turn it. And so let's talk with some people. I am the answer, but what is the question? This will ease your suffering. A strange wound. Cursed, perhaps. And these are all just celebrating living their best life. Now, who is that person who tried to refuse to help us? Grubby peasants and their grubby diversions. Why did I even bother coming? Not the most approachable of people. Yes, happy city day now. And now, step away, please. I do not wish for Horgus Worm to be seen next to you. He speaks in third person, which is weird, but okay. Happy city day, good people. Spare a coin for a hungry belly? I would if I had any coin myself. Because you are a deer and deserve everything. Here is Asshole Noble. They call this a celebration. This is but a paltry imitation of what goes on in my mansion during your dull toil day evening. And then, well, this is the person who called all the help, so... Everybody's letting their hair down, everybody's drinking, having a good time. But the demon spies never let up, so that means no fun for me. And that is Anivia, Spy Master of the Eagle Watch, and overall, a great person. So, we can interact with objects, right-clicking them with right mouse button. You can also just click on them with left mouse button, works just as fine. Pour me another one, let's make this a day to remember. I do love a festival. When we win our victory feast, we'll put this one to shame. So, the one who went to get help is hanging out with her friends. They let us off to enjoy the festivities, as that's when digging ditches and training day in and day out. I've been a Crusader for 5 whole days already, and I love it. The future's going to be grand indeed. Now, that is all awesome, and all these people are awesome. However, we sometimes just need to talk to some more normal people, or at least not as exuberant. I have a feeling something terrible is going to happen, as usual. That person is really important in the adventure path. He isn't as important in this particular take on it, because unfortunately he dies. Rather so. And let's speak with Ramian. On days like this, it's as if the war doesn't even exist. Desna, grant us peace. Someone who also worships Desna, to be more correct, is a high priest of Desna. Let us just enjoy the festivities. We've talked to everyone we can talk to, except for the normal people around who just have generic voice lines. Suck him on! Oof! Right in the show. You call that a punch? Here, let me show you how it's done. And now, let's just enjoy a celebratory drink. Nothing could ever go wrong with drinking just after a healing session. Absolutely nothing could ever go wrong. I love a drink, me. Especially when the city's footing the what do you say? Another round? Is this the drink? Or is something going wrong? I think something's going wrong. Behold the dwarf effect done right. Because yes,
Discari, Lord of Locusts, leave my city!
a adult silver dragon is powerful, yes. However, a demon lord is a mere deity.
Let the feast begin.
Discari's here. Discari himself. Blimey! One minute we had a dragon, the next, bam, she was gone. What are you gonna do? Fight or flee? If flee is your plan, let me help you out. I've got a scroll here with a good protective spell.
The halfling's armor is splashed with blood, and he is armed to the teeth, with a sword, a blade, and a hatchet on his belt, and a crossbow on his back. His voice sounds familiar to you. I've seen you somewhere before.
Yeah, you have. You owe me your life. I'm the one who found you outside the walls and brought you inside to be healed. I see they patched you up. Good thing they did it before the attack, or else you'd have been done for.
Who is Discari?
You must have got a good drum around the head, friend. Discari's a demon lord. The most fearsome enemy of all Crusaders, and all living things, come to think of it.
What's the situation in the city? What I see is panic and fire.
Who knows? Everything's on fire, crashing down around our ears. The place is crawling with demons. Looks like a whole army attacked the city. We're sitting ducks.
Well, care to lend me a weapon? I'll try to fight the demons. That's
Sure
what I'm
thing.
here for.
Here, take this. Best crossbow I've got. The person who made it said it could pierce the hide of a demon lord even.
Well, that's quite a claim.
Good luck. Try not to get eaten now.
The halfling's words are drowned out by a terrible rumbling and the rustling of countless tiny wings.
A mortal gnat snaps its jaws at the Lord of Locusts.
The Lord of Locusts speaks in third person, like an over-important noble.
Behold, Iomade. Behold the death I saw.
The Lord of Locusts really has a way to high opinion of himself.
The silver dragon Terendelev, the defender of Canabras, fell in battle. Hardly surprising, as she had to fight the demon lord Discari himself. He willed the land to part and swallow all who dared to stand in his way. But the war was still far from over.
So we've got a chance, you say? Then let's continue this story. Let's find some other survivors, shall we? And, we have a Featherfall spell upon us. That is interesting. Let's very quickly just look at our skills, because they are just a bit different. Right, I know that we have a quick check coming up for athletics, so...
Holy mother of...
A small woman with messy brown hair winces in pain, uttering a stream of curses through clenched teeth. She's pinned to the ground by a couple of weighty boulders.
Hey, stay with me. You actually got pretty lucky. You fell down into a black hole. But at least you're not on your own. You've got a great companion. Everything's going to be just fine. Tell me something. Can you feel your legs?
The young woman in knight's armor studies the rocks intently, clearly trying to work out how to move them.
I feel them all right. When say no to a little less feeling in them. My ankle's killing me, but my back seems to still be in one piece. My head, too.
That's all that matters.
That's painful.
Now, we're going to... Hey! Fancy meeting you down here. You're the one that Terendelev healed today, right? You aren't injured, are you? Will you help me get her out from under the boulders?
Yeah, so, skill checks and dialogues, they are dependent on the difficulty of the game. For this introduction, since we've already done it, I have turned down the difficulty a bit so that we can rush through this, as it were. So, now we have a +7 to help her. So, hold on. We're going to get you out from under there. And we still failed. Congratulations. Congratulations, Amy. You had better than 1 in 10 chance. You only had like... It meets it, beats it. There was literally a 1 in 10 chance you would fail. You managed to do that. You have to work hard to get the wounded woman out from under the rubble. At last, the knight stops to catch a breath and wipe the sweat from her brow.
Damn it all. I think it's broken. Oh well, I've had worse. I'll just make myself a splint out of something. Thanks for the help. I wouldn't have lasted long on my own stuck under there. I'm Anevia Tirabade, of the Eagle Watch. I was overseeing security at the festival square. I thought maybe spies or demon worshippers might have something nasty planned. What actually happened, though, now that I did not see coming. I don't think anyone could have been prepared for that.
Yeah, no, that is definitely worrying.
Well, I'm Sela, paladin by the grace of Iomade. I crossed the whole continent to come to Mendeb and fight demons. And well, I've been fighting for a while now. I don't even want to think what might be happening up there in the city. Canabras has lost the protection of Terendelev, and of the Wardstone too, looks like. It's a relic without equal. It was placed here personally by Iomede's herald, with the goddess's blessing. I really wanted to go see it, to pray before it. But there's no point worrying about a stone when there are people dying in the streets.
So this is hilariously ironic, because we will mostly be worrying about the stone.
Yeah, things are looking grim enough, but don't lose heart. Wardstone or no, dragon or no, Canabras will never give in. Simple as. Well, we've introduced ourselves. What about you?
I'm Raimi. I came here to fight the Abyss.
A fellow Crusader! great. I would have been happy to have any companion in this. But it's nice to be stuck down here with somebody who's my kind of crazy.
It's a good thing you've still got your faith. Because right now, to be totally honest, faith's probably the only thing we do have.
Yeah, it probably is.
Now then, I'll hobble my way out of here somehow. The city ain't far, only 30 paces or so. That's if you're going straight up, of course. I'm afraid we're gonna have to go the long way round.
Indeed, and though it will be a good thing in the end, it's going to be painful.
To summarize, there are 3 of us with 5 working legs, 3 pairs of decent hands, 2 clear heads, and 1 made of wood. That's mine. Underground monsters beware! Anevia, you stay behind us. You're in no fit state to fight. If we do come up against anything, the 2 of us will try to manage on our own first. Well, onward! May the good deities lead us back to the open skies soon.
May they do that indeed. Okay, so you can select by holding this. You can select by shift click, shift click. First shift click, if you have something selected, selects them. Second, unselects them. We have an automatic formation system that I'm immediately going to turn off because we are 2 tanks in. Let's see. Thereabouts, that looks good. Let's equip our armor again and equip this in our secondary weapon slot for if we need some range. We also still have the help of Anevia since she is a great archer, and that doesn't require your legs, oddly enough. No, well, it doesn't usually. Look, Horan put all the confiscated weapons in the chest. Take a look, maybe your things survived the fall. And again, basic interactive object. We get a cold iron great axe, cold iron great sword, some torches, a flail, a cloak, which is really good, a longsword, and a short spear. So we are going to focus on greatswords, same as last time, and this is how you open your inventory. And we are going to equip our cloak because that is rather useful. We also have a scroll of enlarged person, which will be great for an upcoming fight, probably.
March on.
We get one of Tyrandalev's skills, which is a raise the dead spell, but you can also use it later on for
Who's there?
a particular story moment. The fine apparel of this young half-elf woman is torn and stained with blood, dust and dirt. However, she holds herself with such dignity that you would be forgiven for thinking you were at a high society party and not in the dank catacombs under the city. Her fingers grip her rapier hilt with confidence, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. At her feet lies a dead body, so mutilated that at first glance it's hard to tell if it's animal or human.
Relax, friend. We're not demons or cultists. Don't poke my eye out with that thing, all right? We fell down here during the attack. I'm Sela, that's Anevia, and this is our new friend. We're looking for a way back to the surface.
Really? I'm so ever glad to hear it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Camellia. I was also in the square when... I can scarcely believe it. How did all those demons get into the city? I thought, naively it now seems, that the Wardstone protected us from attack. And Tyrandalev, I can't wrap my head around it.
Not many could withstand a strike from a demon lord. Not even Tyrandalev.
I can't argue with that. We're fortunate to be alive, albeit underground.
Daskari himself has come to Canabras. There's no mistaking that ugly mug. Tyrandalev tried to fight him, but what could she do against a near deity? Even the Wardstone was no help. Our city used to be protected by powerful forces, but now...
Anevia shakes her head.
We've seen how powerless they truly are. Henceforth, we shall have no one but ourselves to rely on, I suppose.
So, tell me a bit about yourself, like how useful would you be?
Who am I? Just an ordinary citizen who decided to take a stroll through the square on the day of the festival. But that's not what you wish to know, is it? You most likely wish to know whether I'll be a burden should you ask me to join your group. No need to worry about that. I can assure you that I am skilled with a rapier, and I also possess some knowledge of magic.
She touches the polished snake skull amulet that hangs around her neck. What happened to this poor man? Who is he?
I don't know. He must have been in the square when disaster struck. I tried to revive him, but he was already dead, sadly.
He didn't get these wounds from the fall. Be on your guard. Whatever killed him likely hasn't gone far.
No, unfortunately it hasn't.
Hang on. I think I know him. His name's Aravashniel, the egghead from the library. He was a good lad, even if he was kind of stuck up. May his soul rest in peace.
So, do you want to join us?
Certainly. Survivors should stick together. It's only sensible. Who knows what else could be prowling about in these caves?
Alright, we need to keep moving. There must be a way to back to the surface around here.
That's right. It would be the height of foolishness to survive a demon attack only to perish under a pile of rubble.
That it would be.
Let's see if this poor bloke has anything useful on him. Not to sound like a heartless brigand or nothing, but we kinda need all the supplies we can get right now.
Yeah, that's rather understandable, Anevia. And, like, Cure Light Wound is currently available from Camellia, so
I'll watch your back.
heal yourself. And a masterwork dagger that will be very, very useful. Let's then put you information. And I can see clearly, however,
Open your heart to me.
if you... Oh. I think you all wouldn't mind us going for this.
I will help where I can.
Right. You are exhausted at the moment.
Into the... They
Let's
will
shoot.
break against our resolve.
Unfortunately, that one was a miss. And this is the combat tutorial. When combat begins, the game is paused. The pause is convenient to give orders to your characters. To pause or run past the game, press space. To order your character to attack, select them and click the left mouse button on an enemy. To switch to turn-based and between turn-based and real-time mode, use the turn-based mode, or key T. Your enemies are highlighted in red, your allies are in green, and a stepped line connects a character to their current target. And then in real-time mode there is a timer that counts down. I don't care for real-time mode, to be honest. I really don't. And since we are a Bloodrager, we have access to the full base movement speed in medium armor, and in heavy armor we would have if it weren't for the usual restriction on it. Now, the young giant centipede has its first turn. Right, move you up a bit and attack. Unfortunate that you missed that, but we can take care of that. We're not raging yet. Usually you want to keep those just for a bit. Ah, another one of Trendalev's skills.
We will win this war.
Save the last one for me.
And this is the turn-based mode, which has an initiative queue, which, well, works like an initiative queue. It's basically who acts when. And a surprise round is where we can take one normal action, which can be spent either as a movement action or a single attack. Only a single attack. So once we get multi-attacks, it's less useful. And our opponents cannot act, which you can see here by that no sign. It also has a skull, which means that it is a somewhat dangerous enemy. It can give you a demon. It can give you a specific status effect that causes you to very quickly lose your stats. Or well, 1d3 constitution damage rather. And the full action round consumes both standard and move action. And 5 feet movement is what you have left over after everything else.
The spirits demand your blood.
Yeah, the spirits demand you to do everything. Like, these don't drop anything, unfortunately. So, we are stuck with these drops.
Onwards.
Right. Let's just hang back a bit.
Together
Sila,
we stand.
take care of that for us, would you? And now we have to do this. Anyway. And there is something hiding there. Let's hope it doesn't get a movement first.
Strike with all your might.
And unfortunately, our secondary attack of natural weapons is not as useful as it would normally be. We can't attack that, unfortunately. Like, we need to move 28 meters, 28 feet to get in range with our bow. And unfortunately, that requires more than our normal movement action. So, let's see what the spitting giant centipede has on offer for us.
We can do it.
Well, death it is for that one. And so we go on, and we get our bracers of armor, which, if you are a monk, is really nice this early on, because it's not armor, and since you most likely don't have 20 in both wisdom and dexterity, most likely it is possible, I believe, if you get the correct racial bonuses. You tend not to have your full attack. Also, I love the shadow that the greatsword makes in with a light spell above. Ah, a spitting giant centipede. Well, move, you giant fly. And then Camellia can make that last attack. And there is some loot here. It's really useful, actually. Both the flame tongue and the rainbow quartz are pretty useful indeed. Alright. Let's move here. Camellia.
A bright future awaits.
We cannot be defeated. I'll cut you wide open.
You can't go there, unfortunately. And can we? No.
I can't cast it like that.
That is unfortunate always when that happens.
The spirits demand your blood.
Luckily, it's still flat-footed, which means that it has a very low chance of actually avoiding our hits. Right then. You might think there's something hidden here. There's not, unfortunately. So, we can go ahead and walk in here. And what is that?
No, I can't just walk away. It's got to be here somewhere.
You struggle to make out the man's features in the gloom. As soon as he steps into the circle of light, however, you realize that you never encountered a creature such as this before. The stranger looks like the work of a vivisectionist who attempted to stitch together a lizard and a man.
When to walk?
The man notices you and freezes. The curling horn protruding from his head casts a malevolent shadow on the cave wall.
Lan, did you find it? Who is that?
The woman looks just as strange as her companion, like a cross between a cat and a spider. When she catches sight of you, she immediately drops into a fighting stance. Her movements reveal the lethal grace of a wild predator.
The do-gooder's here to save our mongrel souls, no doubt. Wait,
They might know what's going on up there.
Lance stops her with a gesture. Demons are laying waste to Canabras.
If things are as bad as you say, then we all have to hurry.
You didn't come from the direction of the shield maze. Damn it. I couldn't care less about what's happening on the surface, but the maze.
Well, that's nice.
I realize that you guys have your own troubles, but we need to be in Canabras. People are dying up there. Please, show us the way out.
Who are you, tieflings?
Tieflings are the descendants of people who sullied themselves by mating with demons. Our ancestors would never sink that low. We are the underground Crusaders, the children of the Crusades' finest.
Yes, and if you yourself are a tiefling, she promptly insults your ancestors rather than ancestors in general.
Sadly, Underground Crusaders is a bit of a mouthful, so people usually just call us mongrels.
You just love repeating that, don't you, Lan? Mongrels. That's what the Uplanders call us. But we call ourselves Neathers.
No matter what you call us, it's not gonna stop our horns, hooves, or tails from growing.
I've never heard of Underground Crusaders before.
In Canabras, they're called mongrels. People say that they come up to the surface at night and eat anyone foolish enough to wander alone after midnight. To tell you the truth, I thought you guys were just a tale to tell kids at night.
That's human gratitude for you. Our forefathers suffered the consequences of demonic corruption, all to protect Mendev and Golarion. And for what? So we could become monsters used to frighten children.
So, bit of context. They didn't know what demonic corruption did to children. So, you know, Crusaders had kids near the World Wound, which is like the source of all demonic corruption that is invading here. And those kids were influenced by that. They live very short lives. Very, very short lives.
Every mongrel has their own take on it. Our chief, for example, thinks of us as something like a reserve military force. He thinks we're standing by until the moment we're needed, and when we emerge on the surface and save the day, all the people will see how good we are, and they'll love us for it. Yeah, he leaves that last part out when he talks about it, of course, but it's easy enough to read between the lines.
What's this place?
This is the hall where we remember the glory of our forebears. Sorry about the mess. It doesn't usually look like this, trust me. Sometimes we even wipe the dust off the exhibits.
Yeah, I think something about the earthquakes might have done something about this all collapsing. Might want to check up on the surface once in a while.
This is where the relics of the first Crusaders are displayed. Our lives are short. Our glories are quickly forgotten. But this place helps us to remember that we are just as worthy as anyone else. And that our lives are not lived in vain.
No, I don't think that anyone's lives are lived in vain. As long as you do something with your life.
The first Crusaders? You've been down here that long? That's crazy.
It's only a century. It's not that ridiculously long. It's like 3 generations for normal human lifespan.
That's none of your bit.
We're looking for a holy sword. It was here, in the center, sticking out of a rock. The sooner we find it, the better. Some kids from our tribe took off for the shield maze. They figured it had collapsed, and now it's their time to go up to the surface, like all the legends foretold. Except they don't have a clue what's waiting for them up there. They're not fighters. And Saul, the chief of our tribe, is dead set against it. He says that now isn't the time for the Underground Crusaders to take up arms. If we get the Holy Sword, we might be able to change the chief's mind.
It's a fool's errand. None of us will be able to hold the sword, let alone use it to save anyone. It's not an ordinary weapon. It's made from righteous heavenly flame and will burn anyone who touches it. Do you think you're special, Lan?
No, just not evil.
I'll pick it up with my teeth and tie it to my hand if I have to. It doesn't matter. An angel's sword and a troop of stalwart mongrels will be able to work a minor miracle. Speaking of which, you're still here, Wendu, which means that deep down, you know it's possible.
Wenduak shrugs and turn away. So, a maze, does it really lead to the surface? Because we kind of need to go there.
Yes. There are other ways up, but they are far from here. And after the earthquakes, there's a good chance they've collapsed. But the maze... There's a legend among our people that when the walls of the maze fall, that will be a signal for us, the underground Crusaders. That the time has come to go up to the surface and fight the demons in the final confrontation. Until then, the people say the maze is shielding us from taking rash actions. I'm the only one in our whole tribe to have been in the maze. And even I don't know if it's true. But the further I went in the maze, the fresher the air became. That means that it really must lead to the surface.
Well, that's good news at least, and we're a halfway competent fighting party, so let's see if we can't get our way to the end of the maze.
When the ceiling and walls started shaking, the young ones in our tribe lost their heads. They figured the maze was going to collapse, so it was time to go up to the surface. They grabbed whatever weapons were on hand and ran off toward the maze. They think the maze is no longer a danger to them. They've been listening to Wenduak too much.
His eyes are filled with genuine concern for the younger mongrels.
Don't try to blame this on me. Yes, I told them that our people are capable of making our way through the maze. In the future. But I always told them to wait until I had made a map of all the maze's dangers. I warned them 100 times. But it was no use. My words just went in one ear and out the other.
So Wenduak can show emotion, it's just difficult. A sort of holy flame? How did it wind up down here?
It came here with its owner. A long time ago. 50,000 gongs to be precise.
70 years ago, in Uplander time.
50,000 gongs ago, our forebears found a dead angel here, along with the bodies of his comrades. The tribe gave them a dignified burial, and they were laid to rest with their weapons. But the flaming angelic sword was stuck in a rock, and no one was able to pull it out. It burned to the touch, like real fire. So the rock was placed over the angel's grave. It should be here somewhere.
Maybe the angel will dig himself out and find the sword for us. That might be our best shot in this chaos.
Angels are lawful good celestial creatures, and Azata are chaotic good celestial creatures. I like the Azata more.
Lan, watch your tongue.
Well, we will find the sword faster if we work together, so I'll help you.
Thanks. An extra pair of eyes can only help. The sword will be easy enough to spot. It looks, swordy. Help us, and in return, we'll get you out of here.
Now we're talking. Let's get to work. It's a good thing we all bumped into each other, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You want to find the sword quickly, so the underground monsters bring you back to the surface. So be it.
I mean, that's not how I would have worded it, but sure, if you want to take that away from it, let's go do that. And, like, this is the skill check for perception tutorial. So you can very quickly and easily see what everything is doing. And these DCs aren't difficult. On average, you will get it because you have 3 characters who all are rolling on them. Then with tab you can highlight them. There is a lore religion check. It's DC 19 on the difficulty we did first, but let's see if we can get it better here. Statue of an unknown knight. The technique is crude, but the figure was clearly crafted with genuine feeling. Judging by the style of the armor, the knight is from the First Crusade. And so we get our funny, nice stuff.
Now, what is that?
We have missed 1 pile of rocks already. There appears to be one there, usually.
Check that out.
If what I remember from the many times I've done this already is correct, there is one supposed to be there. And so we get a bunch of interesting things. Let's see if we have found everything. It appears we have found everything, so let's interact with this one, which has a different icon. Right, let's put this all to the test. A strange flash pierces the gloom, and Raimi feels drops of searing blood run down her chest. The wound healed by Tyrandalev reopens and weeps scarlet, but there is no pain or weakness. A hazy scene appears, a cave chamber, this one or another one entirely. Raimi's heartbeat quickens, and a stream of thoughts suddenly burst into her mind. Thoughts that clearly belong to another. Treachery! They betrayed me, trapped me, and stabbed me in the back. My trusted allies, my treasured friends, the people I swore to protect. The people for whom I descended from heaven and came to this turbulent mortal world. There they are. Up ahead in the gloom of the cave. What are they waiting for? Are they afraid to draw any closer? Do they believe I am about to die from their treacherous blows? Next to me, a quiet moan. A girl with a golden braid lies on the rocks, clutching her slashed side. She refused to join the traitors and paid dearly for it. I could have tried to run, but I will not. Whilst I still have strength, I must. While recognizing the foreign origin of these thoughts, Raimi intuits that she can control them somehow. Let's try to heal the wounded girl or furiously call out to the traitors. Well, healing sounds more like something that Raimi would do if she could. So, let's try that. A spark of healing magic illuminates the eerie, murky scene before Raimi. The wounded girl opens her eyes and whispers, Laria, you said everything was going to change soon. You said you and the other warriors of heaven would be leaving us on a grand mission to stop the demons forever. Is that true? The frenzy of foreign thoughts comes faster and faster, like a rushing river, and images flash by one after another. A priestess in colorful robes observing the stars, a young female paladin praying, clutching her glowing sword, a majestic golden-winged angel gazing into the distance, his face covered by a helmet but his voice ringing clear. Only if you're willing, and only if you're ready. There is no going back. Then don't waste your strength healing me, the girl whispers. Your mission is more important. You take care. It is there. There, in the vision. The darkness in the cave stirs into motion. Something massive appears from within its depths. A vague shadow, an outline, a nightmare come to life. A wave of odious chirping and rustling emanates from the shadow. The sound piercing like hot irons lancing through flesh and bone. The traitors fall to their knees before the shadow in reverent ecstasy, and the wounded girl thrashes in her death throes. The yawning chest wound burns white hot. Raimi's head pounds with pain, and it is no longer clear whose pain it is. The person called Lario who sent this vision, or the one unlucky enough to receive it. You can fight it off, you can knowledge it off, or you can do nothing to fight it off. Let's just try to do this 1 in 2 chance. The force of the attack, though originating in a vision, is terrifying. But Raimi is stronger. She shakes off the pain and torpor. But alas, the one who sent the vision cannot claim the same. He is broken and exhausted. A monstrous shadow emerges from the murk of the cave. It is not real. It exists only in this strange vision or memory. But the thrill of fear it provokes is more than real. The shadow's features starkly resemble those of Deskari, the terrifying demon lord. In a movement as swift as thought itself, the monster's hands is wrapped around the throat of the one they called Lario. The foolish angel, struggling on the rocks, like a fly with its wings torn off, intones the shadow. Its voice changes as it moves, shifting from a quiet whispering to a sonorous shout, becoming young then old and quivering. Where is your goddess, angel? Where is a self-assured herald? How is it that you are dying here alone, so far from the light of heaven? A strange calm envelops the thoughts of the one called Lario. He recognizes who stands before him, and he knows he will never bow down before this enemy. The flaming sword flares to life in his hand. Bright, pure, flickering with multicolored splashes like a sunbeam through stained glass. Slash. The blade slices through the demonic creature's flesh, and the monster recoils with a howl. Releasing his grip on Lario's throat, the angel falls back heavily on the rocks. His vitality is ebbing, but his pride remains undiminished. He grips the sword, and with this last burst of strength, plunges it into the rock. Raimi senses that the vision is fading, the rush of thoughts diminishing like a river running dry. The last thing she hears is this. You will kill me, monster. This I know. But one day, someone will come here and raise up my sword. They will raise it up and save and protect the innocent. The vision disappears, vanishing in a burst of colors. Raimi does not hear the final words, but she seems to complete the thought, taking it to heart. The words fly from her lips, and with them, something else. The heat blazing in Raimi's chest fades away, the edges of the scarlet wound closing, leaving not even a scar behind. Looking down, Raimi sees the flaming sword in her hand, or rather, its outline, the memory of what the sword looked like. With a final surge of warm and soothing light, the sword vanishes, and the light is drawn into her hand. Raimi senses that it will return. All she needs to do is call it.
Hey, are you alright? You were kinda glowing just now.
Scylla kneels before the light, offering up a prayer to Iomerday.
That was it. The light of heaven. But how?
What did you do with it? Where did it go?
You saw too? The traitors? dying girl?
It's only us here. Your group, you, me, Wendu, and the light of heaven that sort of got, sucked into you. Any chance you can whip it out again? We do kinda need it. Sorry, I crack jokes when I get nervous. And when I'm upset. And when I'm happy. Anyway, what I said, it came out wrong. We need to bring you to Chief Sull. You can show everyone the light of heaven, we'll rally the tribe and go into the maze, and we'll get back our kin.
And what if she can't make it happen a second time? What then? The tribe will just say we're crazy and turn its back on us.
I think I saw the memories of Lariel, the angel who died here.
Lariel? That really was Lariel? The angel from the legends. The ancestors even got his name right on the gravestone. The chief will be thrilled.
You. Thousands of gongs and no one's been able to touch it. And now you, an ordinary creature of flesh and blood, no different to us, get the sword and start talking about visions.
Reminder, Iomedae ascended from a normal human?
Now, Wenduog, don't be a sore loser. She is clearly different from us. The sword appeared before her, along with the angel's name and all that other stuff. Because she doesn't carry our mongrel taint. Heaven doesn't give a damn how special we are. We're born with evil inside us. Heaven doesn't need to know any more than that. I know you're willing to tear anyone apart to uphold our people's honor, but you and Sull, you just refuse to face the truth. We are the way we are because our ancestors' bodies were corrupted by the abyss. It does the same thing to plants and animals. There's nothing heroic or special about it. It doesn't make us better, and it doesn't make us worthier.
Alright, that's awkward. Well, it seems I can control the light of heaven.
That is just... wow, I mean, that's amazing. Heaven has truly blessed you.
This power is the most majestic thing I've ever seen in all my life. Is this what the sun is like, Lan?
Yes, it's similar. But this light is more... golden? Chief Sull needs to see this. Now that we have the power of angels on our side, he can't say no. He'll have to assemble a troop to storm the maze. You Uplanders care about your kids, right? Help us save ours. Without them, we won't survive. And then, the perils of the maze won't be so bad if we go together. We'll make our way through it and find the way to Canabras.
Lead us to your chief, and I'll decide if I'm going to help you or not.
Let's go. We'll take the short route. Well, the only route, really.
And so... Control A to select all. And then we might be able to pass that last skill check. Unfortunately not, it appears. Right then. Archers and the Magi in the back. Since we don't have any mages or wizards or anything like that, let's just go across the rubble, eh?
The mongrel did it.
Difficulty check is 12 on normal. Or, you see, it's 10 on this difficulty slider. So, sum of dice roll plus the ability that you get. A Lord Nature check allows you to do something. I think I've never figured out what that was for, and I do not know why. Like, luckily these have a trip defense of 8 because they are spiders. It's kind of difficult to trip something with 9.
Rely on me.
With 8 feet.
I'm all ears.
Right, land. Let's try that. And there is the second one. Right. Can we charge? We can. And that's that. And so, combat log explanation. We can see how much damage we did. 2d6 plus 4. That's quite a lot. That's really quite a lot. Let's grab this. Let's grab this. And then a movement check.
Thanks, Lan. You're
Or rather,
so
mobility
awesome,
check.
Lan.
Lan.
Always be ready for the worst.
Let me draw the first blood.
That is unfortunate. Also rather unfortunate, it doesn't automatically scroll down anymore once you make or break the check. So we can attack this one, or we can attack this one with the charge. I say we attack the back one, because one, this one will probably move towards land, which means an attack of opportunity. And two, now these can also go there without interfering with the charge. Unfortunately, Sela can't charge because she has the fatigued condition, because we failed our athletics check on the very first skill check. So we get a really nice one. The wand of Cure Light Wounds is basically just 15 Cure Light Wounds potions in one, and it is awesome. Right.
You won't survive me.
Against our resolve.
And then the next few enemies, which I know because I've done this so many times already, are here, and one all the way back there. Right. In order to see them, however, you need to make certain that they move close enough.
No match for me.
That's that one done. And now this final one will probably appear somewhere around there. Or we have to spot it ourselves. Unfortunate, and it is all the way at the end of the initiative queue, so we don't even get to deal with it. Luckily, Wendua can very easily deal with it. Right, we do need the masterwork light crossbow, because that's worth 100 coins.
Do not fear. Do not.
If you are quick enough here, instead of standing there while they come down, you can instantly get your fighters in the area, which means that you can get, because you can't get an opportunity attack, you can, however, get them into range and get the fight done instantly. Now, we have a cold iron and a masterwork sword, so we can switch between the two when we want to, basically. A light crossbow, masterwork, light crossbow here, because the masterwork is +1 to hit. That is the effect of masterwork as a modifier. Wendua glances at Lan, who is fixing his slip bowstring, and quickly walks over to you. Her cat-like eyes glow from beneath her hood. Listen here, you. I don't know who you are or where you came from, but you and I are the only two people here who see things clearly. That's why I'm asking you, don't show the light of heaven to Saul. Lan is sure that the light should be shown to the mongrels. Lan... Wendua grimaces, and the guttural husky snarl unfurls in her throat. He wants to play the hero. His first idea, if you remember, was to grab the sword and run headlong into the maze. Does that sound like a plan to you? To me, it sounds like suicide. The worst part is that the tribe might actually take his words to heart and follow where he leads. I thought you considered the mongrels to be great warriors? The descendants of great warriors. I believe that my people are worthy of greatness, that we are strong and can do many things. That's why we were chased down here. We scared people. But it's one thing to go hunting in the caves, and another to fight in the shield maze. Wendua leans closer, her pupils dilating. I've been there. I've spent my whole life training so I can make it through all the way to the end. There were more of us trekkers at the start, We were young and stupid. That's a couple of monsters when there's a whole world out there waiting for us. That's what we thought. But we weren't prepared. The maze isn't just a physical challenge. It's cunning and full of traps. It's dark as the primordial night. And if you close your eyes and listen, you hear the whispers right behind you, and soft singing in the distance that seems to rise and fall with the beating of your heart. I had to learn from my friends' mistakes. I had to step over their bodies and go further. I don't want to have to do that again. And it will happen again if a crowd of ill-prepared fighters burst into the maze with no idea where they're going. All because Lamb believes that a glowing sword will solve all our problems. Don't you want to save the kids lost in the maze? I do want to, but I'm not going to risk the future of the tribe for the sake of a few stupid kids. Chief Soul is hesitant, and for good reason. He also understands how dangerous this is for the tribe. Lan's the only one who benefits from these childish games of heroism. I'll go alone if I have to and find them. Of whatever's left of them, without any heroics, relying only on myself. Risking only my own life. You and your friends, you can come with me. Perhaps we can make it to the end of the maze together and find out the way out to the surface. Well, think about it, let's go. Windwalk nods. Don't show the chief the light and I'll lead you through the maze to the surface. I swear it. She keeps her word, mind you. But no, it's worth it going for her. Going for Lan, rather. Especially if you're doing a good playthrough. So, tutorial on leaving the area. All loot containers you have found and not emptied will show up at the end. And you can choose whether or not you want to take the items with you. The only one we have found and not completely emptied are these. So, let's leave. And then we can go here. These are other mongrels. They will say things like, this is not your place, Outlander. But also, are you really Uplanders and what's going on out there? And I hope we will find the kids. Your first impression of the mongrel village is of a squalid dump, with the odors to match. Blinking, unblinking, glowing eyes watch you from the gloom, and deformed shadows slope between the huts. You see mongrels gutting white eyeless fish, while others are repairing fishing nets. All the signs of normal village life, but tense expectation hangs in the air. A heavy-set, aged mongrel slowly shuffles his way toward you. The hair on his head grows in limp, wispy strands, and his face has a distinctly rat-like appearance, with pronounced teeth, and you hear a rattling sound in his chest with every breath he takes. One of his eyes is white, fully scarred by cataracts, while the other gleams with moisture. Your blunders, eh? In time shall punish indeed. Chief Soul, we found the Angel's Sword, and we found the one who can wield it. Lan points at you. She had a vision, and now the Angel's Sword, together with the light of heaven, are somehow inside her. Gather the tribe. Anyone who can hold the weapon. The young ones are still alive. We can go save them. Soul raises a hand with ragged, broken fingernails. Ah, Lan. Always taming, always talking. You're too hasty for your own good. It's going to get you in trouble. Soul eyes you up and down. An uplander with the light of heaven. That's too good for us. Our kind don't have good things happen. There's always a catch. Lan trusts people because he likes to believe. Isn't that right, Lan? I'm the chief. I don't work on faith. Show the light. Wenduak stares at you intently, like a cat watching a bird, and shakes her head in warning. So you can ask some questions, but this is the first mythic path option, the very first one you can choose, and it locks you in on whether Lan or Wenduak will help you for the next bit, as well as whether or not you will become angel or demon, at least in these first steps. So these are mythic path options, and certain alternatives become inaccessible once you choose your path. For example, on my evil playthrough, I can't choose the angel options anymore because I am too close to a devil. That sort of thing happens all the time. Then those are available, and those have a heavy impact. So let's show the light. Lan speaks the truth. The heavenly flame flashed to life at your unspoken command, bright, pure, dancing with multicolored spark like a sunbeam passing through stained glass. The mongrels abandon their task and stare transfixed. The light is bright but not blinding. It is warm, but its warmth is soul deep. Sol is silent for a while. Tears are streaming down his wide, pale face, but the old man doesn't even care to wipe them away.
So it's true. The angel did not forsake us. No, he came back from the dead. He came to save our children.
Lan gives you a nod of thanks. The skilled half of his face is indifferent, but the human half is visibly relieved, as if he wasn't sure all this time that you would support him. Wenduak hisses at you like an angry cat.
See these fishermen and these hunters, these husks of men and women. Their blood will be on your hands.
This is again a choice you can make. Either we have the blessings, we will survive and help the young tribesmen. I'm not responsible for other decisions. Or we can say nothing. I believe in the blessing of the angels.
Idiot, you see a bright light, and now you think even the maze is no match for you?
I have a bright light above my head, that's different. You always think the worst, Wendu. We're not on our own in this anymore. We've got allies. Well, a couple at least, but one good fighter is worth 10 bad ones.
You have the right of it, Lan, but we're neither. We're going to wait. I sent a messenger to summon all the tribes. It will take time, yes, but they will all come. They will all come for the light. Wait, Lan. Wait, Uplanders. Rest a while in one of our huts. Our home is your home.
Lan sighs. Alright, Chief. Understood. Let's hope that a few hours isn't the difference between life and death for those kids. If they ask me what took us so long, I'll tell them it was your decision. Wenduak only grits her teeth in silence. And so we get a level up. Now, I have still selected it so that these all go automatically. So, Sela puts her points into mobility, which will help with the defensive fighting style, as well as persuasion and knowledge world, which is the wisdom world. No, that's the intelligent world check. And she gets divine grace and equal to a bonus equal to her charisma bonus on all saving throws, and lay on hands, others, and self, which is really good healing actually. Then Camellia gets a Shaman Hacks and a skill in mobility and trickery, which she is the best for, like, period. Even the rogue that we can recruit later is not as good as she is. I just dislike Camellia. And Ice Plant, which is a +2 natural armor bonus to AC, which is really good and means that she now has an AC of 21, which is utterly ridiculous. Lan gets a Zen Archer bonus feat of precise shot, and it goes the way of the bow, the longbow, which is the weapon focus feat for which is weapon focus feat for longbow, and then weapon specialization at level 6. And Wenduak gets Deadly Aim and a skill in Lore, Nature, and Perception. Deadly Aim just means that you get a -1 penalty on ranged attacks, but +2 on damage. And then we will get a second level in Primalist Bloodrager. We will get Uncanny Dodge, which means that we cannot be flat-footed, nor lose our dexterity bonus to AC if the attacker is invisible, though we do still lose it if we are immobilized. Right, then improved Uncanny Dodge is gained at level 5, so that's a really nice one. Now we're going to put points into athletics as well as mobility, persuasion, which means that we are now a very persuasive and pretty strong blood rager. Yes, speaking, I can. Right, now then, loot the village. Loot the village so much. This is all worth quite a lot of money, and it will get us some nice abilities. Finally, someone from the servers. I was beginning to lose hope. An elderly man in expensive but not ostentatious clothes approaches you. His face is peppered with several healed cuts and bruises, twisted in an expression of extreme discontent. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Horgus Worm. Yes, that worm. You have no doubt heard of me if you've spent any time at all in the city. I have a business proposition for you. Your name tells me nothing. Who are you? You truly are freshly arrived in the city, then. You couldn't have picked a worse time, that's for certain. Only just arrived and the city has been razed to rubble. You should know that you are looking at one of the richest and most distinguished men in Canabras. I may not be as well known as a certain swaggering loudmouths who spent their lives traipsing from one ball to next, but the Worm Trading Company is one of the pillars of the city. I'll have you know. Do you see the market in the square? I paid for those. Tried any festival delicacies? You have Horgus Worm to thank for that. How did you end up here? For a moment, Horgus's eyes focus on Camellia before his gaze returns to you. Like everyone else, down I went when that accursed beetle cleaved the ground in twain beneath our feet. I'm lucky it didn't break my neck in fall. And I'm doubly lucky that I didn't encounter any subterranean cockroaches on my blind wanderings instead came across hunters from this settlement. Although I must say that when I first glimpsed their physiognomies, my life flashed before my very eyes. But they turned out to be decent chaps. Frightening to look at, but able to keep a bargain. You don't speak very kindly. of the mongrels, even though they saved your life.
Bah! Kind words are for people with hours to fritter away on pleasantries. Horgus Worm speaks his mind.
And he pays for services rendered.
Not with kind words, but with hard coin. I gave the mongrels my dagger in exchange for their help. Its handle is worth more than their whole village.
So, what kind of business proposition?
I don't know what's happening on the surface right now, but I am determined to find out. You have no intention of seeing the rest of your days in this village, I suspect. We must find a route back to the surface, to the city, if there is anything left of it. You look like someone who can swing a blade as well as cast a spell. I'm very gratified to see it. A good generalist will be a fine companion on the way to the surface. You are strong. It will be no trouble to you. But I, alas, am not as fit as I once was. I can't go crawling through caves, playing at scouts. My proposition is simple. Lead me back to the city, and I shall pay you 1,000 gold coins.
I suggest we help this man. It's good to have friends among the Canabras elite. So we can ask money first, we can do a diplomacy check for 2,000 gold, or we can make a deal. What say you? Right, I happen to have a coin here, somewhere, I know. Let's see then. Heads, which is the dragon head, will be a deal, and tails, which is the other side of the dragon, will be a diplomacy attempt. And that is hats, so we will take a 1,000 gold deal for defending him. Alright then, deal.
Splendid. In the meantime, I shall sit here, in the village. Go on, go on. Don't forget our agreement. When you find the way out, be sure to tell me.
And so we can get Worm Family Secrets, which is the first quest in the Wardstone Legacy chapter. And then you have these. This one says this is the last chapter to complete the quest, or it will fail afterward. So this is just the main quest for now, and it means that we can't actually fail this one. This one we can't fail. If we had another quest going on, say for example if Day of the City didn't automatically complete when you got 2, then there would be a same one and we would fail it once we got to the surface with this. So let's get going. Right, mongrels, loot. Loot is important. Loot is very, very important. Because loot is money, and money funds the crusade, and funding the crusade is also done by eating and making certain that everyone has enough food and all of that. Which, by the way, if you help Horus, he will help with that, because he is very rich and he likes being alive. Benevia and Horus are here talking. If you talk to them, you can also see some tension going on between these two. So we will just leave them be. Terribly sorry if you heard that. It's a bit dusty up here, especially since that coin was in a rather dusty case. You there? A tall woman with a face deformed by an enormous swelling smiles broadly at you, showing off her double row of small, sharp teeth. You're from the surface. You must be tough to make it all the way here. Never thought I'd see the day. Call me Diarra. Let's trade. So, let's trade, I guess? So you can get braces of armor +1. We already have some. We can get a padded light armor, which has a max dexterity of 8. It's great if you are doing a dexterity based character. And a very low chance of failing arcane spells. Arcane spell failure is a 0 to 100 scale, and for example, this armor is 25. So 1 in 4 arcane spells will fail. It's only arcane spells though. Divine spells do not fail like that. There's also hide armor, which has 4 base class versus... Alright, and these you all can sell for just what you want, because these are not really useful for now. They will be a bit more useful later, but right now they aren't. We can also sell this cold iron great axe. We can sell this flail, this masterwork dagger, long sword, short spear, and masterwork light crossbow, and the light mace to get some more money. These are all good ingredients for both making food and scribing. Purifying solutions are a universal ingredient that you need for literally everything. Cold iron ammunition is really annoying because it's a limited quantity consumable that you use way too quickly. And then there is the cold iron masterwork great axe, but I'm not using a great axe, so that's not going to be useful. None of my characters are. A hand axe, which is nice if you want to use that. Short sword, if you want to specialize in that. A pick, which is actually pretty good. There are some really good enchanted picks out there. However, we're not using them, so too bad, I guess. So none of these weapons are useful. None of this armor is useful because, like, this one has better class than this, and we have only +2 dexterity bonus, so we still get our maximum dexterity bonus that we can get on this. I will upgrade to the last medium armor, which has a +2 maximum dexterity bonus at the once we get there. I also love the fact that we have 2 greatswords equipped. That is just ridiculous, and I love it. Same as my character, which has multiple sides equipped. She has 3 sides equipped. It looks absolutely ridiculous and lovely. And so we go here. We could rest now. However, we could also just loot these last few bits. Get some more things. Resting is all characters restore their lost hit points. If you have it turned on, all characters also spend all their spells that they have available healing your party. So even if you didn't regain enough hit points, you will still reset your health to max usually. The messengers returned. The tribes are gathering at the entrance to the maze, and our people have already gone there. I've warned Anivia and an old guy who won't even acknowledge me. Take your time. There's no rush. The most important people always show up late. Lan looks around. Everything's going according to plan, but one thing's bothering me. Wenduak's gone. And that is highlighted in blue, a consequence of our mythic choices. All the tribes, so a whole army is marching on the maze town? By mongrel standards, yes, but don't be too disappointed when you see the reality. There aren't many of us who can hold a weapon, and fewer still who can do any damage with one. What do you think happened to Wenduak? Lan shakes his head. I don't know. She always was stubborn. Maybe she decided she could do it all on her own. I hope she comes back. We'll struggle without her, and she'll struggle without us, no matter how hard she'll try to deny it. What about Anivia and Horgus? Are we just going to leave them here? Once we've cleared the maze, the way ahead will be safe. Anivia's in no state to fight, and that Horgus guy, he doesn't look like he'll shift an inch unless we roll out the red carpet all the way to the exit. So, Are you sure the maze is the only way to the surface? There was another passage, the one I used with my dad when we left and then came back. The chief back then, he found it and filled it in, to stop anyone else going against the ancestors' wishes. And what the ancestors wanted was for everyone to go through the maze. I'm not sure of anything right now, but we don't have a choice. We can only go forward. There were other passages, but they're far from here, and with all these earthquakes, who knows what condition they're in now. So our best bet is the maze. If it doesn't lead anywhere, then we can consider our next move. Now, you can be an evil asshole and insult him, but let's not. We're good. Let's go, but before we do, thank you. I was so happy. I forgot to thank you before, but you've done something no one else has in a long time. You've given the mongrels hope. It looks like we're starting to believe that we're worth something now that we have the power of angels on our side. Lan's face grows sullen. It won't change anything, of course, but at least you'll help us save the young ones, hopefully. Let's go through the main gate. The straight road is the shortest. And so, change up the formation a bit. Camellia, Lan, a tiny hammer formation, really. And so we go on ahead and see this mongrel guard left behind. Let us pray to our ancestors that we bring our children back home safe to us. And then we can leave like this. Teamwork feats are amazing, by the way, and really powerful. However, you need to have multiple people have them, and since the AI generated level upgrades don't take any teamwork feats, it means that they are unfortunately useless unless you want to manage them yourself, which I don't use. So most enemies try to attack your most vulnerable party members. You can always use the optimal formation instead of adjusting your party's formation manually. This is the first formation in the list. It will align your party members automatically, putting the strongest members in the front row. Unfortunately, it doesn't take into account the fact that some creatures are strong without the usual AC consideration. Right, Lan, attack.
We will be victorious.
Let's hope that Lan won that. Unfortunately, he did not. Right. One attack. Monitor lizards are really annoying with that, because monitor lizards can, in fact, deal permanent strength damage, which only restores upon a casting of a pretty high level spell with without material components, but it is really annoying having to cast that instead of a heal spell.
The tribes are gathering soon. Soon we will attack.
How long can we wait?
The other tribes haven't turned up yet. We're going to wait for them just another while longer.
Knowing so, the preparations will take the best part of the day. Let's go take a look into the maze ourselves and see what's what. Well, first let's go exterminate these flies. I had hoped to avoid that. Camellia can't attack. Neither can Scylla, but Raimi can. And Raimi can instantly kill them. Now then, these are so kind getting into range of Lan. Because Lan has the power shot feat, which means that he has an extra bonus to attack on what are they called? Oh, right, within a range of 30 feet. Now, let's squeeze on through. There is unfortunately no loot in this very first chamber. There is, however, a lore religion check.
I am helpful, am I not?
It is a DC 5 check. I have, in fact, failed that check before. A bas relief of Baphomet, the Demon Lord of Minotaurs and Lord of the Labyrinth. And so, grab some loot, walk just a bit forward, and land.
Yet another obstacle.
Let's fire that, and let's fire that second shot and destroy it. Right, we can't see the enemies up there yet, so we can't charge them just yet. Like, Camellia also has access to the charge ability, so let's use it. However, it isn't on her hotbar, because normally you don't use that one. Unfortunately, Sela can't get there. Also, there's a reason why you don't want to use charge normally, unless you are like a fighter who specializes in a bit of AC at least. Normally, you use those and get a -2 bonus to AC. Also, glaives. Glaives are plentiful since we are facing Baphomet cultists. And Baphomet cultists all use at minimum a Masterwork glaive. Eventually they even upgrade them. Right, now Camellia with her trickery can do that. If you brute force it, unfortunately a bit of time passes and then you end up with some weightless junk that that is worth like nothing. Unfortunately, but that is just what happens. Alright, let me just options, check the difficulty. Yeah, casual. That is my preferred mode of play. Ah, and we detected a trap. Traps are annoying, they can lead you to harm yourself, and if they block the access to their own disarming trigger, which most of them do later on, you end up having to manually move your characters around because your characters think it is just an awesome idea to walk straight over it. Unfortunate surprise round failure, but right. It also always pauses when you when you spot something. This is usually nice, but sometimes really annoying because if you hit spacebar too fast, you skip the rest of your turn. Right, charge this cultist. And that is the downside.
The spirits demand your blood.
You end up with a -2 to AC, which means that currently our AC is 16 instead of the 18 it would normally be. Right, a Baphomet cultist wearing the medium armor that I wanted, namely bandit, a breastplate rather. This is really good armor, just in general, and it also does not weigh as much. We found one of 2 hidden caches of scrolls. The other one is there, but we have not been near enough to do something.
Am I not?
Yeah, very helpful. You feel like this is a reasonable challenge on higher difficulties because it's again a DC 19 check. It's extensive but slightly water damaged collection of writings on rituals and demon worship. It's slightly waterlogged because they have a water elemental problem. Now open the door.
Check that out.
Grab the loot again. And then quietly approach this because we need to advance quietly. Oh, and we found a trap. Trigger. And yes, you have 2 chances to discover traps. 1, the trap itself. 2, the trigger. Lan, if you would be so kind.
Save the last one for me.
make that second attack and move forwards a bit. Unfortunately, sometimes even the surprise round will not get you the extra round for a character.
You won't survive me.
That is really good. Getting in the extra damage, that is awesome. And now a double attack of biting and hitting. Unfortunately, we didn't succeed. Luckily, Sela turned around and cut his hand off. Scale mail, which is, you know, armor that exists. A flail, also armor that, a weapon that exists. These two, like, are good if you have characters who can use them. We don't, so again, not using them. Cold Iron Masterwork. Javelin is a good weapon, short range but thrown. It is not a consumable weapon. There's also here some light armor. The chain shirt, which, like, if you have the dexterity to take advantage of this, wear this. It does not impose the -10 movement speed and has a lower armor check penalty as well. Then there are lockpicks, which you can use on something to increase the skill check that you get. So it is a 100% chance. That's usually what I use them for if I don't just save scum to get the correct outcome. Because I rather dislike having several checks just fail for no reason. This world check, I still don't know what it's for. I think it's for this particular bit of lore, but I have never actually failed it, so I don't know. Oops. Right. Lan, please attack these corrupted mongrels. Also, one of his funniest voice lines. A goat, a lizard, and a human walk into a bar. What will it be, Lan? The bartender asks. Unfortunately, the combat starting made him speak over himself. Which, you know, happens sometimes. Now, Lan. Hovland. His name was Hovland. Lan stares at the dead mongrel with sorrow in his eyes. Did you know him? Yeah, he's not from our tribe, but we're both hunters. So we'd cross paths from time to time in the cave passages. We'd share news and leave supplies for each other, but then he just disappeared. He used to talk about wanting to try his luck in the maze. I thought he was long dead, but if only he had been. Why would mongrels attack us? Aren't we all on the same side? Something's wrong with them. Look, their bodies, it's like something was eating them from the inside out. Sure, maybe these guys just ate something weird or were having an off day, but I think something drove them out of their minds. Or someone. It seems like this shield maze of yours is crawling with cultists. How did they get here? I have no idea. This is my first time here too. Maybe they fell down here the same way you did? Lan shrugs awkwardly and looks away. Wendwa comes here all the time. I'd ask her about it if she were here. Come to think of it, where is she? Well, let's go. This place might be even more dangerous than we thought. And there I was hoping we'd be the meanest thing in there. These mongrels and cultists. Now that I did not expect. I need to find out what's going on here. Yeah, saving the game is impossible in combat. That is technically in combat.
Go for their hearts.
These don't drop anything, unfortunately. And the lore, the bloodstains still mar the ground. Around them are comfortable benches with pillows. Someone clearly enjoyed watching others suffer. So, we get elemental essence, bone meal, tail sting, and a bazaar.
I am helpful. Am I
We
not?
also get some potions. Potions are really useful in the early game when you can't always take a break. This is where the trap was. If you look closely, you can see here the trap itself. A Baphomet statue. Well, that's weird. Let's see what we can find here. A masterwork heavy mace and a normal rapier.
Let's move.
So we can open the door and go down here. Because going down is always the way out. Then we have more potions. Potion of a large person, which is really good. These don't stack, unfortunately. So we can't use the scroll of enlarged person as well as the potion, I believe. I have tried them together. Corrupted mongrels. Right. Let's check out the rest first. I don't think we can, but I want to see if we could, in theory, make the check that is required. Because I think it's a DC 30, even on this lower difficulty.
Onwards.
A lock to pick.
I hope you appreciate this.
With a potion of Shield of Faith. Lan, if you would do the honors.
He quickens.
I thought I said Lan would fire. Right.
Cut you wide open.
Sila. Also go ahead here. Lan, just fire your shot. And unfortunately the path to the target is blocked. Camilla is engaged with this one. I don't know why this path to the target is blocked. It might be that this counts as a bit of rough terrain. Or no, the automatic pathfinding would probably lead you here and then just slightly around there, which would make it a blocked path for the purposes of this fight. An attack on the one with the weaker AC, as is usual. Plan, if you would. And now you get to see this neophyte fighter who was fighting with a club had a masterwork short sword. These are pretty good, like, places to get light armor, these enemies, but they're not really anything special. They don't grant you anything fun. There's no good loot in this particular room. Open the door and try to sneak in.
Let me draw the first
Sneaking, however, didn't go that well. Charge. Can't attack the neophyte wizard, unfortunately. Because that one is really annoying to deal with. And then Lan, who can go there and deal with that one. Now, since we are further in the queue, our downside from charging has been gone because we had our attack, our turn again. But for some reason it focuses on Sila. It has an AC of 18, which means that the first attack needs to roll a 9 in order to work. For Camilla it's 7. And for Sila it's a 10, same as the others. Okay, the almost new diary, which has the funny entry. Let me go ahead and read it for you. The diary contains only one entry on the very first page. Life is shit, while my brethren, although what kind of brothers are they really, are having a great time up on the surface, I'm stuck down here with Hazella the Nightmare and the mongrel scum. To top it all off, a pipe sprung a leak, an elemental is smashing up the kitchen, and Hazella is sending it to slaughter everyone it meets in the mazes passageways. All I can do is hide around corners, under beds, and in the cupboards. I don't want to die! This is how I pictured it, serving Baphomet. This is how I pictured it at all. This was the mage, who can be a real pain if you don't instantly kill him, as we did. I think of him as the comic relief, to be honest, for this entire area, because like this is the only even remotely funny thing that happens in this area. Like, there are some lighthearted moments, but nothing particularly great. Also, Camellia, please walk here and then go that. Otherwise, she will walk over this track. Now, select everyone again. Some things for meat. Some loot to sell, and a hidden torch handle to press. They like their torch handles. Alright. Some more things from the storeroom. Also, I like the fact that the kitchen storeroom, because this is clearly the kitchen storeroom, is hidden behind the door. We get a quarterstaff, which is nice if you use that, I guess. I don't really. And a cold iron longsword, which is really good. Gold iron masterwork longsword, which is really good for, you know, 1 or 2 fights on this character, if you get it after you go downstairs, or if we make this check. I don't think we're going to make it though. Yeah, this is the inspect tutorial, which you can do with Y. Right, just a bit further. Land, attack, please. One attack.
Into the fray.
One visible enemy. Raimi can go ahead and take care of that sharpshooter. And Raimi is very, very dangerous apparently. And then Camellia can go here and attack that fighter.
No glory without risk.
Right, path is blocked because of this, so go here. Also, the offset of the -2 to attack from -2 to AC from getting the charge maneuver done.
Can't hide from me.
Okay, Lan rolled the perception check, which is impossible on higher difficulties for him to do, because he has a +9 modifier on his perception, and normally it's a 26 modifier, a 30 check that you need to pass. So you pull this, and normally you would need to go explore the other side of the entire area and get the loot from there first, because one of those things has a note which explains exactly how you go ahead and find that, which means that this check I have never passed before. However, you don't get a lot of experience for it. Although, right now 9 experience is a bit, I guess. Right, first creatures with damage reduction, and why I am currently still using the cold iron instead of the masterwork longsword. Lan, if you would.
Yet another obstacle.
Damage reduction on the dredge. It has a DR of 5 for anything that isn't energy damage or cold iron or good damage.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Energy damage is just immune to it. And cold iron is similarly a weakness for all lesser demons, basically.
You won't survive me.
Okay, that one is properly attacked. Unfortunately, I think, yeah, the dredge rolled a -1 on initiative, But Raimi only rolled an 11, which isn't a lot.
The light, take you.
And so we find what happened here. Judging by the corpses littered around the summoning site, the cultists did manage to summon a demon in the end. Did they kill 2 people for 2 dredges? That's a terrible deal. Dredges aren't even that useful. Well, normal ones aren't. There is one specific instance that will be very useful. But not this one. Right. There's also this. A ritual pool filled with blood. Because these couldn't be more stereotypically evil. Ooh. Right. Like, the game does not expect you to make that check. The quest literally references the fact that it is locked and you need to find some way to open it deeper in the maze.
I hope you appreciate
We will, by the way, explore the other areas, rather. A Hand of Hazilla. That sounds ominous, especially since the other cultist complained about Hazilla the absolute nightmare. Luckily, they weren't that much of a challenge for us. We got Hazilla's key, a sophisticated key inscribed with unholy runes. You sense a powerful magical aura around it. There is another breastplate, £30 worth 50 gold, usually not worth it. Just not worth it. £10 worth 100 gold, that is worth it. And follow Hazilla's orders, which, if you read, follow these simple rules or you will die. Don't bother me unless strictly necessary. Keep the door to the shrine locked with the key I made. I don't care which one of you two holds it. You can tear each other to shreds over it for all I care. Don't even think about setting foot in the ritual chamber. Ever. Keep the door to the unfinished section of the maze locked at all times. As a reminder for you feeble-minded vermin, the entrance is sealed using the hidden lever, the torch on the wall next to the door. The door itself is in the room with the blood pool where I sometimes relax. Do something about that damn water elemental already. Do whatever you want with it, just make sure it's gone by tomorrow. Find a better place for the paladin sword from the service, I'll deal with that later. And remember that your life means less than nothing to me. I have plenty of people vying to become the Hand of Hazilla. So, bad boss much? Right then, not these. Right, there is apparently a dangerous enemy. The enemy there I never have had trouble with. The other enemy it warns you about, which is in the other section of the game, is nowhere near as easily defeated as this one. Because this one is so ridiculously easy. The ferocious monitor lizard. Lan will just shoot it. Like, even on higher difficulties, it only has 18 AC. And you get through that pretty easily, even on this lower difficulty. And like, it has 3 hit dice. It has like, on core, it has like 17 HP or so, from what I recall. You have the action economy in your favor so much. We can pick the lock here. And we get an amulet that we are not able to identify. If we wear it though, we see that we get a bonus to a natural armor enhancement from the amulet. It's not identified, but we do know what it does now. This one, by the way, does not stack with just wearing armor. And this one is very important. These braces have been with you through thick and thin. The right one is inscribed with your name, Remy, and the left with the words, I promise. These grant a +1 luck bonus to AC and a +1 luck bonus to Reflex, Will, and Fortitude saving throws. So, like, I never take these off because they are really nice to have and none of the others are really as important. And also they are kind of important to the story. Also, because we dealt a lot of damage in one hit to this creature, we can't quite skin it. Its skin is kind of obliterated. There is a downside to being too powerful. A large, aggressive creature was kept in this cage. Judging by the bent bars, that creature is now on the loose. That creature was the ferocious monster lizard. It didn't get a single turn off. I am sure it is dangerous on, like, unfair, but even on core I've never had that much trouble with it. Lan, take care of this, please. And now you will get your actual weapon. Cambion or Cambion. A 27 damage critical hit already. I mean, on my other character I dealt 100 around this time, but that is because she uses a scythe, and scythes have a ×4 multiplier on your damage, which is absolutely ridiculous. Oh hey, and we made this check. Now, the weapon we picked up is very important for Lan because it is a composite longbow, which means his +3 strength bonus gets added to his attack damage. That is why composite bows are so important. Right, loot this. It is kind of nice. Loot these. It is very nice. You get half plate, which is amazing for Sela because, like, okay, it takes away 1 AC bonus to dexterity. Like, it keeps her flat-footed AC 1 up, her touch AC goes 1 down. So, like, since there are no touch attacks, I think, for a long while, I think this one is better. But we only get really good heavy armor a fair while later in the game when you get full plate. And don't think that you can take it from the very first creature with full plate you recruit into your party, because he is a gnome and no one not a gnome can wear it. Also, funny perspective thing, you always see this chest from outside before you actually see the chest. It contains some diamond dust, which is really useful as a reagent.
You've crossed the wrong line. Step on their toes as well.
And now we face the first of our greater elementals that we can face. Unfortunately, we can't actually charge it. There is kind of something in the way. So. Luckily, Sela is more than good enough to take care of it all. And there is nothing here in the under construction part of the labyrinth. So, then we go here. And yes, we are going to explore the entire part of it. I'm just not going to wait on exploring this. Because I find it hilarious that I found this before we got there. And now here we have the puzzle that I never could figure out where, like, I know what the solution is, I just don't know where the solution is supposed to be found. Great challenge, you. Great challenge. Come on, load in. And then this. Camellia, if you would.
We won't falter.
Lan.
Endure this.
So we get some studded leather armor, which, yeah, that's not really that great. Like, at this point, you have better light armor in terms of the chain shirt, which just has, like, same dexterity. This adds up to the same if you have 5 bonus on AC. And there was also the even better leather armor if you somehow had more than a +5 bonus. In which case, by the way, how did you break the game that much? And please teach me your ways. Let's just drop this. They aren't worth that much either. Which I think is rather annoying. Right, then these potions of blood are always worth something at least. Right, the solution is yellow, blue, red, yellow again. I have done that so many times already.
I am helpful, am I not?
And this is a normal scimitar, so we're leaving it. Right, walk there. See Sela Fangirl. Sela peers closely at the sword, which seems utterly unacceptable, exceptional to you. Wait, this is... no, it can't be. Her eyes light up. I know that hilt. Radiance, the sword of the great Yaniel. That's what this is. But it's meant to be in the Tower of Vestroth with all the other relics. That's what I heard, at least. Well, of course this rusted piece of metal must be the very same sword. Camellia rolls her eyes. I think you merely wish that this were the illustrious sword of legend. You don't get it. I've seen this sword 100 times. In paintings and in the hands of the Yaniel statue. I've even thought of going to the Vestroth Museum to see the real thing in person. How did it get here? What is so special about it? Sela frowns. No, nothing I guess, but this sword was legendary in its day. People say that when Yaniel held it, the blade would glow, striking demons left and right. Soldiers would see radiance as light from afar and take heart, rushing into the fray and winning. But I don't know what's wrong with it now or how to restore its power. All I can sense is that they made a mockery of it. You're empathizing with an object extraordinary. Are all paladins so tender-hearted and sensitive? Sensitive in a way, yes. We're highly attuned to evil and everything wrought by demons. Radiance was in evil hands, and as a paladin, I can tell they did nothing good to it. Who is Yaniel? No, you've never heard of Yaniel. She's famous all over Galarian. She was a great woman. She was born in Mendev, and when the Crusade started, she couldn't just sit idly by. She dedicated her life to the Crusade. People say she was audacious and spirited. She was always the first into battle, and she never sacrificed other people's lives for a tactical advantage. That's how she's been remembered. And as an incredible warrior who seemed to blaze with righteous fury. In all the images of her, she looks capable of driving all the demons back to the abyss single-handedly. But then, something happened between her and her commanders. Maybe they envied her, maybe there was more to it than that. I don't know, but anyway, she went into the world wound without her fellow soldiers. And she didn't just survive the mission, she even brought back Crusaders she rescued in there. Can you imagine? She died as she lived, with pride. She was one of the people, defending Dresden till the very end. That's where she perished. Don't take this the wrong way, but I really hope that she died quickly, a hero's death, because if she didn't, That means she was taken prisoner and had to endure unspeakable horrors. I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. Rezen was a founded city as a city fortress during the hubris of the First Crusade. However, it fell. It fell due to treachery, and that's just a shame. You know a lot about Yaniel. Are you a fan of hers or something? I suppose you could say that. I've always felt an affinity with Yaniel. I know what it's like to not be what your commanders want you to be. Whenever I used to feel under that pressure, I always thought of Yaniel. Maybe some people didn't like how she was, but to the people she pulled out of the Worldbook, she was perfect. And to the people she saved on the battlefield, she was incredible. And to those who keep her memory alive, she is a hero. That's what counts. How could a priceless relic end up down here? Yaniel disappeared, but by some miracle Radiance was recovered from the battle. No one else has ever wielded it. It is Yaniel's blade and always will be. That's why it was put in the Tower of Estrad with the other Crusade relics. But now it turns out that somebody stole it. I have this weird feeling, like I'm rescuing a fellow warrior from a dungeon. We can't just abandon it, even if it's of no use to us. It's no use to anyone down here. But what if it could be repaired? Let's keep going. So, remember how I said that this cold iron masterwork longsword is rather useless because you immediately replace it? This is also a cold iron masterwork longsword, and it has a way prettier model. That's the main thing that's different for now. Like, you can restore its power, but before then it's quite a while before you get the chance to restore it. So, let's just quickly not go there, but go here and hide right there so that we don't instantly trigger the combat. Because we do want to explore this all and fight all the creatures we can. Because, one, their experience, and two, they are worth quite a bit of loot that we can find down here, including some medium armor that I hope to get. But that's hidden behind a perception check.
Follow me.
Even though we've been doing ridiculously well on perception. And what is your other attack like?
I can't cast it.
Path to the target is blocked. This is all like difficult enough terrain that it doesn't work for a charge. And I really dislike that. Luckily, this attack is more than enough to finish it off. Tankards, mugs, wooden plates, potions, all of that is hidden behind certain things, and we get it all anyway.
I am helpful, am I not?
Yeah, you are very, very helpful. Let's go down further, shall we? There is no hidden loot right here. However, once we walk in here, the neophyte fighter gets the turn first.
Spirits demand your blood.
Right, land.
Crossed the wrong mongrel.
Good shot. You must also manually put them behind the target if you want to use a charge. I don't want to use the charge though, because if we use the charge, we might have hit that. Another one of those, the orders, and another breastplate if you want it. Then the neophyte fighter has just the usual of a worse medium armor and a club. Then right in here, let's see what we can find here. A knowledge will check, which I don't know what it is for. Like, do not know, and it pisses me off. This is the only mongrel creature, I think, that a corrupted mongrel creature that drops something. I do believe. Some difficult terrain that you can't just charge straight through. Luckily, we can charge through that. And then Sila with her slowed movement.
You are today's sacrifice.
We'll work through that. And then with that. And so these corrupted mongrel rangers have their greatest ability and weapon, a dart. Open the door. Let's see, just...
I hope you appreciate this.
Okay, that is good. A perception is filled. Luckily, that one succeeded. This is good medium armor, and it has at least one AC more than at least one thing more than what I want for this character. Also, at times you will get a pop-up of your character is using a weapon worse than your current weapon, which I got on my playthrough where I was using the dueling sword. I was heavily spec'd into using the dueling sword and only the dueling sword. So the fact that it was saying that I needed to use a different weapon was interesting. Especially since it was recommending that I stop using the dueling sword, which was the basis for all my feats, and start using something better, like, oh, I don't know, a heavy two-handed weapon that I was not at all spec'd into.
What do we have here?
This is another one of the dangerous enemies that we can better avoid. So, let's first save, because I do not want to lose all this progress. And now, attempt this fight. Right. Let's cast our spells, Enlarge Person, on yourself. With that. And land. Attack.
Save the last one for me.
Because of the fact that this reduces your dexterity, it is dangerous though to wear this. Since it is way lower on the initiative queue, we can just charge it and deal extra damage. Because right now, this deals 3d6 instead of 2d6 damage, because we have the effect of Enlarged Person, which makes us like deal way more damage, and it is awesome. We also get some extra range out of that.
Go for their hearts. We won't falter.
And so we win that fight. Right, and it has a it had some water. It had some difficulty modifiers that were reduced. Right, this is the kitchen, smelling of burnt food that was clearly cooked here in large quantities. And we get a ring. That ring is really good if you have someone who specializes in cold damage, which we don't. We get someone who specializes in fire damage, who is a sweetheart and deserves everything good to happen to her. But we don't get something that specializes in cold damage. That can only be you, or maybe a wizard if you give them the right spells. Right, here is the other mongrel guard. And then with this, we have completed this fight.
Meditate on your mistakes.
The heartbeat quickens.
This is a barbarian. So let's just check our initiative. Yeah, Sila and Remy are just a bit behind on that.
Strike with all your might.
Shall she rage? No. The rage comes after.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
A single round of rage.
We can do it.
Because these can die very quickly. And yeah, blood rage is exhausting and everything, but luckily it only lasts for a minute, and we will probably spend most of the time just walking here. Blood rages are also pretty awesome because they give you the rage effects basically. Melee attacks get a +2, melee damage rolls get a +2, thrown damage rolls also get it, and will saving throws, which is really good because this class does not really specialize in it. Not yet, at least. It goes ahead and does that a bit later. So yeah, these are really awesome effects. However, you get -2 AC, and you get a and you once it ends, you get fatigued for 10 rounds, which is rather ridiculously awful. Then right in here, this is for 10 minutes, I believe, that we get, oh, a whole hour. We get an extra additional hit point. This is the camping tutorial. You don't need to. You do not need to camp here. Not yet. You need to rest after all of this. And I do mean all of this. Not only this fight, but then. Okay. Praise Diomede.
Here you are, herd up together like a herd of animals. Pitiful monsters, not human or demon. Even tieflings are less effective than you. But I, your master Savamelech, can make you better, stronger. I can satisfy your hunger, starvelings of the dark. Submit to me. No, we are the descendants of the Crusaders. Trusting a demon would be a betrayal of their memory. Well, who is the next descendant of Crusaders who values old legends more than alive? Beasts, monsters, and human guys, reveal your true nature. The sweet, wholesome flesh of the righteous Azamar. Eat, underground Crusaders. Eat the flesh of the Crusader from above. Find your true strength.
And this is how those corrupted mongrels get made. You rush at the demon, but the air seems to grow thicker with every step. You feel like you're watching from underwater as you see the mongrels fall to their knees one after another and crawl to the Azamar's body. You hear their fangs staring through the flesh. You hear the slushing of blood. You hear the former mongrels snarl like animals, fighting over the most tender and juicy bits of meat. Your companions writhe in agony. One clutches at their head, another doubles over. You feel saliva pool in your mouth. This metallic tang awakens hunger within you. The hunger turns to rage. This winged filth dares to try to bind you to its will. It dares to tempt you with the sweet scent of meat untainted by corruption. The wretch must die. Die! And still clarity remains within you. Somewhere deep down beneath the veil of rage and anger, you sense the light trying to break through. Seize the light hidden within you, or succumb to the rage. We're going to do the good thing. We're going to succumb to our own rage, not the rage of the demon. By sheer force of will, you master your rage, and almost in response, warmth suffuses you from within. Warmth and joy from a simple realization. You can win. You can save these people. The power of heaven bolsters and guides you. Its light breaks free, and enveloping the mongrels grants them the gift of blissful oblivion. Lowering your gaze, you see a scarlet stain on your chest. The wound has reopened, and instead of blood pouring forth, you see only radiant light. A bolt of justice strikes down Savamelek. The demon convulses in pain when the light reaches him. What are you? Destroy this vermin! Osilla points at you. She's already wounded. Wendoak, kill! Wendoak silently emerges from the shadows. I'm no longer your slave, Osilla, but I will gladly kill anyone who pokes their nose in where it doesn't belong.
Did we step on their toes as well?
And so we get this fight. Basically try to keep Osilla occupied and take down Wendoak before she can really fight. It's easily done by using land to shoot her twice. Because Wendoak does not have much HP. She has like 8 HP. So this is good enough. And then we fight. 23 damage. Enough to instantly put her to the next phase. Almighty Savamelek, your faithful servant invokes you now. Demons, protect your mistress.
Yet another obstacle.
Right then. Rage.
We won't falter.
Osilla, you suck.
Endure this.
And with this, we have won.
Strike with all your might.
And so we win. What class am I playing? I am playing a Bloodrager.
It's not exactly unexpected.
What else are we supposed to do with you?
I am
You're
playing
not
a
just
Bloodrager.
traitor, You're a monster. The young ones believed you, and you lured them to a demon and watched them eat human flesh.
Bloodragers are a mix between sorcerer and barbarians, and basically you rage, and at the start of your rage you cast a few protective spells on yourself. That's how you're supposed to play this, mostly.
I was trying to make them strong. What have you done for them? What were you doing while I was looking for ways to bring strength to our tribe? You're useless, Lan.
I led by example. I trained. I tried to become stronger so I could go to the surface and maybe do something worthwhile with my stupidly short life. And I will do it. I might be the one to bring our whole tribe to the surface. But you? Why would you want any power that turns you into a monster? These young guys and girls, they trusted you. And they were turned into mindless animals, ready to eat corpses at a demon's command.
I went through the same ritual as them, and I didn't become an animal. I conquered my anger. The anger that has been building and building in every one of us for decades. Unlike you, I have no intention of just lying down and politely accepting death. I will rise above all this, while you'll still be stuck with your pride, chewing on rats.
And yet there is only one of you who will make it to the surface. And it's not you, Wendwag. So you can expect the wound on your chest. The bleeding, deep wound on your chest is gone, like it was never there in the first place. The skin is totally smooth and unmarred.
It's gone. It was just there, and now it's gone. It's gotta be some kind of demonic trickery. You need to have a cleric look at that.
If she had been marked by the Abyss, do you think some nobody priests will be able to help? No, the demons have branded this Uplander, and judging by the smell of the blood pouring from her chest, the demons will be able to find her wherever she goes. And they'll find you too, Lan.
So, you've been serving Savamalek this whole time?
Better to serve a strong master than to eke out an existence in a dark hole with no hope. I am of the Neithers. Our lives are short, but we are hardier than humans. I realized a long time ago that I was capable of more than this life offered. And I follow whomever is the strongest.
If you call upon your demonic powers and the demonic rage, you can instead gain the Wenwax following here. However, you will lose Lan, and to be honest, while I find Lan annoying as a female character because he has two romantic encounters that are forced, and one of them, if you say no, will make you a hypocrite, and the other one is a spar disguised as a date disguised as a spar, which I also really don't like. That's just creepy to me. But I like Lan as a character way more than I like Wendwag.
I thought you were better than that. I thought you were proud of your heritage, but you're willing to crawl on your belly before anyone who's even a little bit stronger than you. You're not a mongrel. You're a cave slug. You have no understanding of the meaning of family or tribe.
Oh, so now you think you know everything about me. You're one of the best hunters in the tribe. It benefited me to ingratiate myself with you. So I acted in a way that pleased you.
Why didn't you try to stop us from going inside the maze? You knew we might uncover your secret.
Savamalek is always in need of new servants. You'd make as good a servant as anyone else, and then, once you'd gone missing in the maze, not even the redoubtable Lan would have dared look for you.
Oh, so kind, Wendwag. Oh, so kind.
But then why did you come with me to look for the sword?
So I could kill you quietly if you found it and stop you taking it to the village, you idiot. I would have told everyone that you got caught in a cave-in. But then the Uplander showed up and I had to change my plans.
You said you went through the same ritual. Does that mean you ate human flesh too?
Yes. Posilla found me in the caves. I was lost and hungry. And she offered me a choice. Die as a nobody, or live, and gain the power to change everything. Savamalek tore off a piece of an Azimar priestess's thigh. A big, juicy piece. More meat than I'd ever received in the tribe. That was the first time I knew what it was like to be happy. To have a full belly. I swore to myself that it would always be that way.
And that's why she reads as evil. Like, truly evil.
Then the madness and rage took over. I came very close to turning into an animal. No better than the weaklings you saw in the maze. But strong. I mastered myself. I brought myself under control. I fell so that I could rise again.
You should have chosen death. Dying's better than living like that.
You're saying I should have died that day, Lan. But then who would have listened to your feeble jokes? Who would have showed you the best caves for hunting? Who would have made you a man?
So much exploitation that goes on in our mind. It's awful.
I would have been fine without all that. And without you. Your death will make the world a slightly better place, Wenduog.
So, what did you do for Asilla? What did you surface to Asilla entail?
It was simple. I lured those I deemed worthy into the maze. To the rest, I told stories of the horrors of the maze, making them stay away. It all hung in the balance when the cave walls shuttered, and many of the young ones decided that the time of their great exodus had come. I had no doubt that Hosilla would dispatch a dozen young Neaters easily. But what would become of the maze if all the tribes poured in?
Well, we would kill everyone and the maze would be emptied.
So when Lan ran off looking for the Angel's sword, I went after him. Not to help him, but to make sure that the sword never reached Neathholm. It's a pity that you got involved and stopped me from killing him. But then again, the evening gong has not yet been struck.
You sicken me.
So you can ask her to join you. She will refuse because she didn't use demonic power. You can attack her, where she will escape, or you can say leave.
Do you think I like looking at you, Uplander? I'll just wait till you're asleep, and then I'll slit your throat. No matter where you are.
Go ahead and try, little spider. Run and try.
She's gone. But next time, she won't get away. Damn it, Wendu. Why'd you have to go and... Anyway, there's no point crying over spilt milk. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll bring the chief and the rest. I need to clear my head.
Yeah, you got to take care of that. That sounds a bit heavy. Just a bit. Just a tiny bit heavy. Chief Soul appears, flanked by mongrels. The journey has taken its toll on him. His breath is labored, and the sweat is dripping off his bloated face.
What is?
Well, I'll be damned. Turns out the whole room wasn't as crazy as we all thought. There really were demons down here. I should have listened and sent a patrol down here, damn it. Horgus's lips curl in distaste, and he tries to keep his distance from the unconscious mongrels. How's the leg, Anivia? Better than yesterday, worse than the day before, but I'm not going to die, so don't worry. Well, this place must be burned with some holy flame. The place is overrun by demons, but that's not the worst part. Wenduog, she's been working for the demons all this time, luring young, strong mongrels into the maze. He nods at the unconscious mongrels. We might still be able to save these ones. They can't get any stupider, but that's for sure. But they might be meaner than they were before. But I suppose all teenagers are monsters in their own way. Soul laughs, but it comes out as a rasp.
Ah, Lan, we don't waste words on people who don't listen to the tribe. You act the fool, you suffer the consequences.
Soul gives a ragged sigh.
Wenduog, how could she? She deceived them, then she left. What's become of us?
Chin up, Chief. The kids you rescued are safe now, the demons are gone, and the traitor has been dealt with. All's well that ends well, I'll say. You need to look after these young mongrels. I Don't know what they'll be like when they come to, but look after them, Chief. They went through something horrific today. Not everyone is capable of enduring something like that. It will change them forever.
As long as they can hunt, the rest can wait, Upland. Uplander, you and Lan, you saved them. Only the gods can salvage their souls. But we are tribe. We will think of something. And when they are stronger, they can go up to the surface. The time has come.
And it's time for us to get out of here. Chief, I think I'm going to lead our visitors to the surface. And I'm going to keep going. Something interesting is happening out there in the world. Maybe it's my chance to do something more useful than skinning cave rats.
You were never one of us. You always looked up. You think I don't see these things? Our life is not for you. You must go. But where? Where is the way out?
Beats me, but these beasts had to get down here somehow. Lan searches Hazilla's body and shows you some papers and the key. I don't know what these documents are, but I'm sure this key will come in handy. Nivea's eyes quickly skim over the letter and she passes it to you. Those cheeky sons of... This is all the information on the cultists in the city. Their meeting places, passwords, their secret hideouts. I think we should show this to whoever is in charge of Canabras right now. As soon as we get back to the surface, we'll find out what's what. Savamelek, this is my last warning. You need to act discreetly without attracting any more attention than you already have. People are already talking about the strange disappearances of Canabras's most righteous men. Keep below ground, nurture your mongrel pets, and wait patiently. The call to battle will soon come, and it will sound loud and clear even down there in the catacombs. Gather your warriors immediately, and after that bring them to the surface, and lead them to the Tower of Astaroth. This tower will be my final dagger, and I shall plunge it into the guts of Canabras. Our vicious servant Vaxon has made the tower his base of operations several months ago, taking command over the Templar forces in Canabras while the Grand Master was distracted by other matters. Vaxon has already gathered a stash of weapons and potions and other useful supplies, which he will gladly share with you if needed. If he behaves himself, you two should combine your forces. If not, just take his stupid little head off his shoulders and take command yourself. Mistress Minaga. So, quickly unequip this, because you can only enter Blood Race. And then it stays for a while. Right. Now, loot this. You get a good weapon. The priest has, like, something good. This is a good weapon if you want it, but it's not anything special. And, like, the person you get who specializes in glaives isn't going to get much use out of this anyway. Now, we can go two ways. We can go about 5 feet this way, and we can go to the surface this way. Now that I'm there, let us go and leave.
While the survivors wander the dungeons, the battle on the surface rages on. The warriors of Canabras are trying to defend the wardstone, but their strength is flagging. Their resistance is valiant, yet it will all be in vain if no one rises up to turn the tide.
Well, good luck that we are rising up then. Also, one of my favorite characters is here. Ali, if you are watching, the reunion will happen soon. So, very quickly, there is some loot here. Fresh air, finally, I missed the surface. We're in a basement. It looks like the Great Garrison. can hear sounds of battle from above, out of the pan and into the fire. So, a long spear, not worth much, doesn't weigh much. No, it weighs quite a bit actually. Let's go upstairs. And this is where we left off last time. So let's see what happens here now. My favorite scene. The half-orc before you, wearing armor adorned with Iomede's golden swords, is clearly exhausted. She obviously hasn't got much sleep over the last few days. There's soot on her face and fresh blood on her sword. Her hazel eyes are hard and focused, and her firm voice sounds accustomed to giving orders. She sizes you up, surprised, judging whether you are friend or foe, and opens her mouth to ask you something, but freezes when she spots Anivia.
By the goddess, Nevi, I'd almost lost all hope.
Everything's fine, Beth. I'm here. I'm here. This here's a new friend. She rounded up those of us who survived the fall and led us up to the surface. Without her, we'd never have made it out. Let me introduce you to my wife, Arabeth Tirabade, head of the Eagle Watch.
Until the army arrives, I'm the temporary warden of Canobras. And you're just in time. As you can see, we're in the middle of a battle. And thank you for getting Anivia out of there.
Where are we?
The Grey Garrison. Until recently, it served as barracks for the Crusaders, but it's now been taken over by cultists.
What is the target of this battle?
When the demons attacked the city, their main target was the Wardstone. I trust I don't have to explain to you what the Wardstone is and how important it is to the Crusaders. We must retake it at any cost, or the fall of Canobras will be the beginning of the end of the Crusades, and with them, the rest of the world.
So, for people who don't know what the Wardstones are, they are massive stones enchanted by Iomede and placed here by her herald that protect all the cities that edge the World Wound and make it so that the World Wound, which is the staging ground for the invasion by the demons, cannot expand further. That's why they are trying to destroy it.
I see that you had a difficult journey to the surface. You need to rest. But there's a lot riding on this battle. I have no right to command you, but I'm asking you to help us.
I have important information about the location of a cultist den.
Very good. Report to me in full when we get back to the Defender's Heart. It's our temporary headquarters. Right now, the most dangerous cultists are here. The ones occupying the Grey Garrison.
Okay, we met some mongrels who live beneath Canabras. This is Lan. He helped us a lot.
Most people in Canabras think that the children of the first Crusaders are simply a legend. Other people say that the day you emerge on the surface heralds the start of the end of the world. I'm not superstitious, but the situation is apocalyptic, all right. Having a living legend on our side can't hurt.
Come on, living legend? A walking folktale, maybe? I just need to make sure I don't turn into a running joke.
No. So what's the situation in the city?
The city's gone. Most of the defenders, including the dragon Terendelev, fell in the first few hours. The civilians either fled or died in the chaos. The place is overrun with cultists and demons.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Don't talk like that. Canabras hasn't fallen. Not while it still has defenders like you and me.
Sweet words don't change the grim truth.
No, but they can motivate a change to the truth.
No, she's right. Thank you, Knight.
Until we no longer have the strength to hold a weapon, until Iomedae abandons us, we will fight for Knobris.
So we can ask her to tell us about Warstone, but I did that. Right.
The demons have long laid siege to Knobris, but this time, their lord Dascari appeared in the flesh. He ripped the wardstone from the ground and hurled it halfway across the city to here. I thought the stone was destroyed, but it seems all is not lost. Yet. Dascari has gone, but the wardstone is surrounded by a horde of those creatures. What are they going to do to it? Nothing good, that's for certain.
But how did he do that? He's a demon. The wardstone should have burned his filthy hide.
It should have. But what happened, happened. We don't know why.
We will find out at the end of this particular chapter.
That's the spirit. You, take Anavia to the rear. The rest of you with me.
Horgus, you hear labored breathing interspersed with disgruntled muttering. Horgus is holding his rapier hilt in a white-knuckled grip. A bead of sweat trickles down from his temple.
Lord Horgus Gwyrm, forgive me. I did not realize we had civilians among us. My people will escort you somewhere safe. To the extent that anywhere in Knobris can be said to be safe right now.
That's right. Fighting spirit is the one thing that we've got plenty of. Actual fighting power, that's not so great. Fighting know-how, even worse. But fighting spirit, at least we're rich in that.
For Iomedae! For the Queen! Kill the beasts!
Erebeth raises a blade and the soldiers, inspired by her cry, rush into battle with renewed vigor. Right, options, difficulty, back up to daring. Apply. Daring. Right, now it shows properly. Very quickly collect all of these, because masterwork bar dishes sell for a lot. We can't go down those doors, they are all locked. Staunton is being a good paladin right now. Or something like that.
Make every strike count.
Also, when flat-footed, people can't make opportunity attacks, which is why uncanny dodges you can't be caught flat-footed is so ridiculously awesome. Sela, take care of that one. And your turn. Camellia, you can hit that one. And you can hit that one. And so they falter and fall. And flail above all.
You've crossed the wrong.
Ah, that one is annoying. Also, the AI does not like to switch targets, which is why, even though there are creatures with way less AC than Erebeth, who, by the way, has a AC of what? Of 23 with a dexterity of 8. So the fact that she still manages to get that much AC is pretty awesome. She has a negative modifier on her AC and she still manages to be ridiculously threatening in terms of AC. Lamb, if you would do the honors. Right, quickly loot all of this. The scythe I used a lot in my early days on my scythe playthrough. Also, scythes are ridiculously good. That door is sealed shut. This door you have to pick, and since I don't want to fail that picking, let's see. Are we lucky? See, and after that, you just get the locked thing. And then once it is jammed, you can't try again. You need the key. However, if we reload, we can try and try and try again. That's how I usually do these tests. Like, specifically this sort of thing. I know what's behind there, it's not much, but it is nice to have. Like I said, not much, nice to have. Potion of Inflict Light Wounds is good if you are a damp hair, because then you would be healed by by that and not by normal potions. Hey, I know you. So, you're one of these cultists? How's it going, pal? Want to join? Your lot will all be dead soon, but we'll be alive. I can't? Come on, leave those losers. The Crusades are over. Soon the demons will rule the whole world. Here goes nothing. All hail Baphomet. Cowardly traitor. I swear on the sword of Iomade you will answer for your betrayal. Let's battle. Let's take Canabras back. Right, Camellia, we will take this side. Also, this one is still referred to as a recruit, which is pretty fun to me. Lan, if you would. That's good enough for me. Especially since they are all focused not on me, but on other characters. Right, critical hits, you need to roll them and then you need to confirm them by, you roll them by rolling in your threat range, which for a longsword is 1920. Same for a greatsword. A rapier has an 18 to 20 threat range, and a longbow has a 20 threat range. However, it deals 3 times critical hit damage instead of the 2 times that these do. Scythes are a really interesting example. They have a threat range of 20, however they deal 4 times damage once you confirm a critical hit. Confirming a critical hit is rolling another attack with your same attack bonus as the attack that rolled the critical hit. And then you need to roll above their AC. So you can roll a 20, which confirms a hit no matter what, but still not roll a critical hit because of the fact that you failed to confirm it, in which case you end up without a critical hit and just deal normal damage. It is still, awesome because it guarantees a hit. Spirits demand a lot of you, and a lot of what they demand is stupid.
You won't survive me.
Aw. Biting the enemy is not as effective as it used to be. That is always annoying. Also, these were glaives. Glaives have reach, which means that they can hit you from 10 feet away. However, that also means that standing here, which would normally provoke an opportunity attack from this one, would not in fact provoke the opportunity attack.
Into the fray.
Unfortunately got hit by that, but these ones now spawn in and do their actions. Which means that this will continue to go on even once these are all killed. And yes, once the AI is far enough away, they just won't do anything. Which is really stupid, but it happens. From enemies, at least. I think that dealt the most damage to their own targets. To that recruit. And not to any other recruit. Right. Then, no double attack this time, just explode those. Right. My turn.
We won't falter.
And then the 5 feet of movement that way. Stanton does leg on hands on himself, and there's a joke there. Yes, if something without the close combat attack perk, I think, makes an attack with a ranged weapon in range of a melee character, they take an attack of opportunity. And it is assumed that you always want to make an attack of opportunity, which is true enough. A Descari servant there. Right.
Make every strike count.
That one is weak. And bite that one to death. That is why I wanted to attack the middle one. If you have multiple attacks, they will continue to attack the same different characters if they are in range. However, you have to be in range for the second one, which is usually not that big. Also, Scylla just went down. She's not dead. That is not something we have to worry about. She won't die unless she gets attacked by a creature that deals her Constitution in negative damage. And as she did not get anything, and she has a Constitution of 14 already, that won't be something to worry about for a while. However, it is always something you should keep in mind, because taking all of that without that, I have a Scroll of Cure Light Wounds, which I can use to heal her, or I can do another thing, which is, let's see, does this class get use magic device? You need to be trained in that. Do you have it? No. So I think that it would be best for now if you were to use a magic device. And even still, you can't use it. Damn it. Can you? Okay, you can use it. Right. Camellia.
What's on your mind? I wonder.
In usable items, cast spell, Cure Light Wounds. Once. Twice. 3 times. 4 times. Right. Now, everyone, let's just quickly loot all of this. Ooh, hey, a potion. That's always good. These... Now, we need to discover these for a bit in order to make certain that we can actually grab the loot. And while we're there, we might as well just grab the loot already. I don't want to grab everything though, because if I grabbed everything, I would be overloaded with armor, which is not worth its weight. Well, full plate armor is worth its weight, but not other armor. Also, if you get a lot of full plate armor, at that point you usually have quite a lot of strength. And that strength will work wonders dealing with the weight of the full plate. See, that is something you always need to keep in mind. The ones that you ran away from. Okay, we have medium encumbrance. And our exit strategy just got blown open. Damn it.
What's this? Do we have guests? Just in time. The place is a bit of a mess, and I haven't even poured the blood into the goblets yet. Why don't you... Oh!
The face of the demoness could be called pretty, if it had eyes. Her mouth slowly widens into a smug grin.
What an unexpected surprise! Staunton, my little sweetheart. Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Have you missed me? Admit it. You missed me terribly.
Mirago. You again, you wench!
The aged dwarf from Erebeth's troop, silent up to now, spits on the floor. His hardened, craggy face, like storm-weathered stone, twists as if in pain.
Minago, the one who... Be careful. She's one of the deadliest creatures in the whole demon horde. She was once responsible for a massacre in Canabras. She must be back to finish what she started.
The half-orc is too well bred to spit on the floor, but the name sounds like a slur on her tongue. Minago manipulated Staunton into doing something very, very bad. And that's all I'm going to say about it, because we're going to find out from the man himself.
Does he know me? Staunton, darling. Tell them all how close we were.
That wench? She's the one who led me astray. She's the reason my life has gone to the abyss. She's the reason why Teresin fell.
Oh my, like butter wouldn't melt. What I remember is how eagerly you would run to our trysts, how you begged to see me again, how you promised you'd do anything I asked. By your own free will, you said this. And now you claim that Dresden fell because of me. No, my dear. That was entirely your own doing.
By the way, if anyone ever tries to shift blame like that, especially in a relationship, get help. A demon thinks it's a good idea, and it's a classic manipulator's tactic. Just PSA.
I'll beat your lying lips into your filthy throat!
Now, Staunton, don't say things like that. Not about these lips, the ones you kissed so sweetly. Staunton, dearest, don't you love me anymore? Remember how good we were together? I was so hoping that we could patch things up.
I'll kill you!
If only. If only we could manage that. It would save us a lot of hassle. Raimi is getting shit rolls on these initiative checks, eh?
The light take you!
Right. These are all called flat-footed, so can't attack. Let's put Camellia right in the middle, so that whenever they cast their spells, or rather, whenever they cast their abilities, they will fail. Or shoot, they will fail. That's what I meant to say. Right, Neophyte Wizard, because those can deal a ridiculous amount of damage with that annoying little spell. Right then. Attack this demon. The recruit does not do anything because it can't see these creatures. But that recruit does though. That recruit is useful. Ah, it tries and fails. Nice. That Neophyte Sharpshooter is a magician of considerable class, considering it managed to shoot an arrow without using a crossbow.
You are today's sacrifice.
Also, it has one of the perks you need.
I'm alright.
No, my characters are wounded? I wouldn't have guessed. I never would have guessed that they are wounded.
Make every strike count.
Just sit here. Don't worry about me.
We won't falter.
Don't eat the abricandillo.
Go for their hearts.
Can it be the end?
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
I'll cut you wide open.
You won't survive me.
Nice. Now we get our loot and we go start healing. Because we need that apparently. I forgot how little health you have at the very start. I am currently in the level like 11 section, so I drink like 30 of these in order to heal up my tanks. Because yeah, my main is also a tank on that. Alright, inventory, looted all of these. We can make a DC 12 religion check.
I am helpful, am I not?
The unholy symbol of Descari, the demon lord who attacked Knabras, drawn in human blood.
The mongrel?
Yeah, the mongrel did it. As soon as you step into the chamber, your vision seems to darken and your knees buckle. You struggle to keep your balance. The air in here is laden with the power coming from the stone. Suddenly, your head is filled with voices. Screaming, whispering, cackling, threatening, voices pleading for help, shrieking curses and taunts. You blink, and the illusion passes.
Congratulations. You made it all the way here. This is it. Your precious swordstone. Well, what are you planning to do now, I could kill you where you stand, you could die in battle like heroes. No. I want you to die in despair, scrabbling around like rats in the blighted ruins of your city, blind and broken, your flesh scabbed and seeping, and every moment knowing precisely what was done to you.
So we would need to face someone who's an actual threat, not you?
Sounds terrifying. Except that's how we've been living for generations.
There isn't a soul that can resist the temptations of the abyss. Even a stone can be turned. I'm not joking. Your precious wardstone, weakened from the injury inflicted by Discari, has almost succumbed to my charms. Soon the whole barrier around the world wound, the gift of your useless goddess, will be a weapon of the abyss. Just a little more, and boom. Every city with one of these eyesores stuck in the middle of it, from Canabras to Nerosian, will turn into smoking craters, and all the mortals into red sludge beneath our hooves.
And so, you remember what Sila said about worrying about a stone? Yeah, we're going to be worrying about a stone.
So you have a choice. Especially you, my pet. Kiss me on my dainty hoof. Pledge your loyalty to Baphomet. And when the world falls, its ruins shall be yours.
Well then. I think there's only one appropriate response. Hail Baphomet! Fuck you. Attack.
Did we find trouble? No, they did.
This fight, you are like 100% going to lose. Like, her first opening turns you exhausted, fatigued, permanently so. And we are overloaded currently, but like, we are permanently exhausted right now. Or fatigued rather. And that's just the first opening move. This is a level 18 witch, like level 11 witch, level 17 outsider. So like, I'm not expecting to win, but I want to take as many of these cultists down as I can. Because that is good. Okay, this one is at -3. This one will go down very soon. Damn it. Cause fear will save. Damn it. I am shaken. Which is a further -2 on the penalty on attack and this all. Oh, and we went down. So it deals 43 damage, reflex, and then the will saving throw for lightning bolt. It also dealt 43 damage to the cultist, but you know, that's not that. Also, this is the only time you get like so far minus and not actually have your creatures die. And Minago Lan managed to deal to get the will saving throw on lightning bolt, which reflex half and then will to further half, I think. Or maybe it is an effect of one of these things, because there are quite a few of these that deal damage. So that one, then that one is going to come close, but not going to attack because it can't. Remy.
We can do it.
Damn it. That recruit is dead. And now we fell in battle. that fireball is always the thing that ends it. Well, or you deal enough damage to her, or she throws a tantrum and a fireball. Now we need to wait for it to properly trigger, I think.
That's it. I'm tired of playing around now. You want to know what will happen when I'm done with the ward stone? Here's a little demonstration.
The demons whisper a spell, and the wave of darkness sweeps through the chamber. Your companions wince in pain, but this is nothing compared to what you feel. Thousands of voices once again burst into your mind, drowning out you in their moans, screams, and sobs. Pain rocks through your skull. Your evil
Iomade is with us!
Yes. Keep telling yourself that.
The roar of voices blends into an unbearable wall of screaming. Your vision goes dark. And yeah, AoE spells are pretty good actually. I recently used one to trivialize a boss fight by putting the boss in a hole while the ads are
Iomade, you woke
done.
up. Healing your wounds was easy, but you were unconscious for so long I was starting to worry we'd lost you.
What happened?
We couldn't stand up to the demoness. Her spells were too strong. It's all right. We'll handle it somehow. You blacked out, but Staunton and I managed to get you here to the Defender's Heart. It used to be a tavern, but now it's our headquarters. We're gathering our forces here, and we're preparing to strike back.
I found the Goddess Dispatch in the dungeons. It seems they are holed up in the Tower of Festrod.
Demons have been filling Canobras with their spies and infiltrators for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have enough people to attack the place right now. At least not blindly. I'd be grateful if you snuck in there and scouted out the situation. But just scouting. Don't be a hero.
Like, yes, you can do that. You can also be a hero, which is more profitable and will delay their plans by a while. So, what is the situation in the city?
Bad, but not hopeless. We're constantly getting news, and new sources of resistance keep springing up in the districts where everyone seemed to be dead. The survivors are gathering here. You should see them. Their faces, their eyes burning with determination. The city is destroyed, but our resistance is not broken. We will keep fighting.
What do you plan to do next?
You heard what the demon said. They're going to desecrate the Wardstone and blow up the whole barrier around the World Wound. That would be an even worse disaster than the World Wound's expansion before the Second Crusade. Not only Canobras, but every city with the Wardstone will be destroyed, including the capital. We can't allow that no matter what. We will retake it, even destroy it if we must. Iomade's gift must not become a weapon of the Abyss.
Can I help in any way?
First of all, we need to decide what to do with the stone once we get it. What I'm about to say is classified. A traveler came to the city recently. A blind elf calling himself the Storyteller. He insisted he be allowed to examine the Wardstone, and he raised the alarm when his study was finished. Even before the demon attack, he had found some damage or flaw in the stone. Prelate Hulrune dismissed his words as nonsense, borderline blasphemy. But between you and me, the prelate's opinion isn't worth much. I think the Storyteller knew what he was talking about. We could use his advice right now, if only we knew where he was. I remember the Storyteller spent a lot of time talking to Staunton, a dwarf from my unit. You saw him during the demon attack. The elf asked him about the history of the Crusades. Maybe the Storyteller told Staunton something about where we could find him if anything happened.
This is very important. if you find him on time and choose the correct dialogue options, you can trivialize several encounters.
There's another problem. After the attack, the demons began to gather their forces at the Grey Garrison. It'll be even harder to take them with a head-on assault. But I once heard soldiers talking about a secret entrance to the garrison. Trouble is, I have no idea where to look for it. While you explore the city, please keep your eyes open, in case you find something we can use. And one last thing. The Eagle Watch has lost a lot of soldiers recently. Some were killed, but others simply haven't been seen since the attack. In the chaos that is now Canabris, it's next to impossible to confirm anything for sure. One of the missing fighters is Janna Aldori, a new recruit in the Watch. She got along well with Sela, and she often went drinking with her. I honestly thought Sela and Janna had died together. But now Sela's returned with you, and there's no sign of Janna. If you learn anything of her whereabouts when you're out in the city, please report back.
Everything's clear.
May the goddess help you. We're still fighting, which means that Canabris still hasn't fallen. If you come across any groups in the city that can fight, send them here to the Defender's Heart. We'll need every fighter we can muster for the final assault. Yes, one more thing. If you're in the area, check out this address. It's our house. Mine and Anevia's. Well, it was our house. If the building is still standing, open the hidden compartment in the kitchen. It's filled with supplies for a rainy day. You can take whatever you find. You have more need of it.
That contains a lot of very important stuff. Namely a lot of gold, mostly, but it is still really important to get. And it also contains a very touching letter written by Erebeth. So we get Blood Sanctuary. We get +2 bonus on saving throws against spells that he or an ally casts. Amid the spells cast by himself. So if you cast Fireball or something, a Blood Rager gets an extra bonus to it. We unfortunately only gain our next attacks on next things on the next level up, which will be a while still. Alright. Oh, we can use these claws to deal damage. That is something I really should have thought of. We get a breath weapon. We get Bloodlines Dragon Spell. Do I wish to switch to claws as my main weapon? Anyway, this and this at least. A feat. Power attack is really nice. That just deals a lot of damage. And it gets you cleaving finish, and improved cleaving finish. And those are really nice in attacking a group of people. Even if I didn't do anything else. Right. If we were to unequip this, we would still have 6 to 8 damage. However, with this, we deal far more. Where is the Cold Iron Greatsword? So yeah, I think we will keep it at this level for now at least. At level 3, a Zen Archer, a monk really, gets a key pull, fast movement, and key strike. You can choose which strike. Unarmed attacks are counted as magic. That is not something that you get to use out of as the Zen Archer. However, Point Blank Master is really awesome, because that means that he does not get threatened while using his longbow. He also gets a point into deflect arrows, which is pretty good, as long as you're not caught flat-footed. One projectile is negated, even if it would hit. Right. But then there are these. These are pretty good. I'm not going to use them though. Mostly because like there are other better ones, except for the helmets. Like these are pretty good, but some of these are less so. Right then, let's go here. Hey, wait, mind if I bend your ear about something? So, here's the first and most important thing. Beth gave you a crucial mission, I get that. And I know you'll get the job done, I saw you in action. But here's the rub. By sending you out on an errand, we're weakening our defenses here. If they come at us while you're gone, I don't know if we'll be able to fight them off. Everything seems clear so far. What else do you wish to discuss? So, the rift that damn beetle left with its scythe? Well, it cut the city into two, and it's kind of difficult to get across. My scouts tell me there's a halfway decent place to set up a crossing in Market Square. Not that any of them tried it to make sure, but if you've got a mind to go across, I think you're gonna have to eventually. You might want to give the square a once over. So, this is awesome. Do you want me to stay on guard at the tavern? You what? No, your task is far too important. You can't just hole up here all cozy-like waiting for the demons to knock on the door. We need to take the fight to them. But if those freaks try to make a move on this place, Beth will send a runner to get you. If that happens, you leg it back here, alright? Because if you don't, you'll be coming back to an ash pile. Got it? When do you think the demons will attack next? Your guess is as good as mine. It might not be here, as they could attack the whole damn city. Those vermin, they know they've lost the upper hand and that we're going to push back hard. If things kick off here, you should know. After they attack, some things could be changed beyond recognition. So if you've got any business that needs taken care of, you'd better do it soon. Thanks for the warning. See you later. Later. Watch yourself out there. Right then, a lore religion check. Passed. That's a sacred symbol, isn't it? I'm a tavern keeper. Best in the city. And the best there's ever been. And I pray to the best god there is. He prays to Caden Cillian or whatever. The god of revelry and alcohol and everything. It's actually hilarious. If you follow that same god and the demons attack, which you can prevent by going quickly enough through this entire area, and it's not difficult to go quickly enough, you can cause the... what's it called? If you don't prevent the attack and you follow Caden, you get the ability to pray to Caden in order for a blessing to defend this tavern, which you get because it's a tavern. It's basically a temple to Caden. So, like, you get a pretty good blessing there. He also sells you a bunch of potions, a Gloves of Neophyte, which is really good if you want to deal damage with all of that, and the Bag of Holding. The Bag of Holding is really important because that just instantly shows you far more far more items than allows you to carry far more items than you could before. Also, 17 masterwork glaives. Suddenly it's only 680 that we need to pay. If we put in these and these and these and these, this one, this one, this one, this one, some extras of these, this, all of this, suddenly he is paying us And now isn't that just awesome? We're not going to sell this one. This one just got identified because unidentified magic gear becomes identified once you speak to a vendor. Because of the fact that vendors will always identify your gear for you. This is useless now. This one is worth a pretty penny and useless. This one is literally a 1-to-1 ratio, and this is even worse. There's also this ring, +1 bonus on saving. I get on saving throws against spell with the cold descriptor, and adds a +1 to the DC for all saving throws against spells with the cold descriptor that the wearer casts. So basically, you get a +1 bonus against cold and 4 cold spells you cast. Right, this is all pretty awesome. You also get some Hosilla's orders, which are worth nothing and weigh nothing. These are worth a lot, but you don't want to sell it. These are worth absolutely nothing, and you never want to sell these or use these really. Again, worth nothing, weighs nothing. First aid kits are awesome, and you need a lot of them. And then, like, he's clearly selling some stuff that, yes, you can farm the money for these. However, it's better to just take it once you can come back to this. Some mutated fish. Like, ingredients are pretty worth it as well. Because food is definitely worth it because of the effects it has. Right then, let's learn the recipe we just bought. We have learned the recipe. We can do that while we rest. Giant spider legs aren't automatically sold. Like, these ones don't have the descriptor that make them automatically sold. So you would have to manually sell them if you want to. I don't think they have any use, these. But yeah, you always want to buy some ingredients if you can, because it is worth quite a lot. Now then, upgrade this. Camellia gets a dart, feed, trickery, and mobility, because that's Camellia's shtick. And then Sila, he gets the Aura of Courage, Divine Health, and the Mercy abilities. And we have selected a base tree. They grant different unique bonuses. One of which you get later on is really, really good. Sila also gets the Armor Focus Heavy Armor, because that's really good for her. It just means that her heavy armor gets a +1 AC. It's awesome. It doesn't do much. And mercies, I always forget to use them because I don't really use Lay on Hand often. Mercy Fatigued is really good if you get that early and you get enough uses out of your Lay on Hands ability, which is equal to half her paladin level with charisma modifier. If you get fatigued and you get a +4 modifier on charisma at least, you can, the moment you get this, heal your entire party of the fatigue condition, and then around 4th level, when you get all 6 people in your party, you can heal your full party of the fatigue condition, and that's just awesome. I really, really like the ability to do that. Divine Health is really cool because you get immunity to all diseases, but it doesn't do much on its own. Now, we need to talk to Staunton, but first we need to claim all the loot around here. Talk to Jernark. A young man in well-worn traveling clothes and a simple wooden symbol of Aristil on his chest is efficiently cutting some linen rope into strips to use as bandages. Despite his visible exhaustion, he works with zeal, singing some tune about red braids and ripe sheaves of wheat under his breath. He raises his warm chestnut-colored eyes to you. Are you one of the Crusaders? Thank you for defending those of us whose talents lie off the battlefield. I'm Jernark, servant of Aristil. Pleased to meet you. Glad to see you streaming. Much needed chill. Yeah, I will be streaming a lot. I will be streaming this for another... Let's see, it's almost for another hour. Then I will be streaming Dragon Fable. Depending on how long I feel like doing that, I will either go back to streaming this after that, or I will just continue streaming that until 7, at which point I will stop. Yeah, I noticed that you were swallowed. It's awesome that I have some people here who I actually know, and it's so awesome. What are you doing here? I only took my holy orders recently, so my god has only bestowed a little of his power upon me as yet. I am sorry to say that the number of wounded fighters in this tavern is far beyond my power to heal, but there's a reason people say have faith in the gods. But look to yourself first. I may not be able to help the wounded with magic, but I can at least cut up bandages. Are you from around here? No, I was just passing through Canabras. I was sailing down that old man of ours, the Great Selen River, to a village by the name of Chili Creek. I happened to land in the city on the eve of the festival, and I'm ashamed to say that I decided to stay for a day to enjoy myself. But I ended up staying in the city longer than I'd bargained for. Chili Creek, where is that? It's a small fishing village, not even marked on some maps. But people do live there. What they don't have is a priest. They have no one to heal their wounds, no one to offer prayers for a good catch, no one to give their dead a dignified burial. And the world wound is a stone's throw away, so I'll be setting sail for Chili Creek to serve my god and my people. Once we've held Canabras, I'll be going there, if by the grace of the good gods we all survive this. You should come and visit me sometime. You'll find the village here, on the bank of the river. The priest marks Chili Creek on your map. Aren't you a young and inexperienced cleric afraid to go to the border of the world wound? I won't lie, I'm afraid, but what can I do? Those villagers are simple people. Every day of their short lives is spent doing hard, honest work. That's exactly the kind of life I want. Something simple but meaningful. If I had centuries ahead of me, like elves do, I might have spared some 50 years or so to travel around the world, the young man says with a smile. Or maybe even 100, why not? But I don't have time to spare. So I want to spend my short life in the place where I'm needed most, even if it's dangerous. Especially if it's dangerous. And if you have a sickness, or one of your party members has died, or you have permanent damage, permanent stat damage that you yourself can't heal, you can always hire a healer, a cleric, to help you a bit, which is done by option 4. Now, I have to go. May Aristil watch over you. Aristil, by the way, is a god of the wilds, one of the oldest human gods still worshipped. Right, let's talk to August. I want my reward. 1,000 gold coins for you, just as promised. You helped me get back to the surface, and I duly paid you for escorting me. August Worm always keeps his word. Now, speaking of our future cooperation, I have a job that would be perfect for someone like you. Naturally, I'll pay generously for your services. August looked at you with unvarnished disapproval. his arms folded across his chest, his foot tapping impatiently. So, what does this job involve? You shall be my bodyguard. You see, I have good reason to return to my mansion here in Canabras. I still have... Well, it doesn't matter. It's none of your business. My mansion is a breathtaking building with a large garden in the wealthy part of the city. Even before the demons attacked, every thief and fraudster in the city had tried to get inside, one way or another. I shudder to imagine the state it is in now. I have little hope that my guards were able to hold the mansion during the attack, and I expect that the servants fled when they saw the demons. Only Abadar knows what's happened there since. Therefore, I ask that you meet me at my mansion and guard me there until I complete my business. I already asked the local paladins for help, but they have no desire to set foot outside this tavern. Them cowards and traitors, that's what they are. Also, please do take Camellia with you. I trust that girl more than the rest of your gang. She is of noble birth, after all. What kind of reward are we talking about? 1,000 gold coins. Orgus replies without hesitation. I could try this. I would have to throw that. Okay, flipping a coin again. Will I go for a doubled reward or not? Same rules, heads or tails. That's heads. So we're not going for a doubled reward. Marvelous, most excellent. Orgus's face relaxes, soothing a few tense lines. I'll proceed to my mansion at once and wait for you there. Meanwhile, you needn't worry. I know the city like the back of my hand. But do hurry unless you want me to lower your reward. The Gwyrm mansion is part of Comedia's personal questline. So you can, do what you want with that. The dwarf resembles an abandoned citadel. One whose high, crumbling walls are still holding fast, but whose empty, lightless windows make it clear that all inside is dead. Oh, it's you. Good work back there in the Grey Garrison. Name's Stanton Fane. If you've heard rumors about me, his face, which looks like it has never known anything as carefree as a smile, grimaces. Just so you know, everything people say about me, it's true. I need to talk to the elf who calls himself the Storyteller. Do you know where I can find him? The Storyteller? Stanton strokes his beard in thought. A strange fellow, that one. He used to sit with me for hours, asking about all sorts of things. He never offered judgment or comfort. He just listened. At first I wanted him and his questions as far away from me as possible. But later, I realized that talking to him did ease my burden a little. I hope he is alive and well. He's completely blind and feeble too, so if he's alone in the city, well, you probably know what that means. I do know one place he might be. Look for him in the Blackway. It's a library. Here, I'll show you where it is on the map. I don't know what use a library is to a blind elf, but he loved the place. He would sit there day and night. So, you can ask him what people say about him. However, I'm not going to do that because this voice is hell on my throat. I have to go. Go on then. Maybe we'll see each other again. I am so glad that I don't have to voice him more than this. He disappears from the story for a while for reasons that will become very obvious once we do our final rounds, as it were. So, Anivia. Anivia, in her muted colors, blends almost perfectly into the background. She appears relaxed, but her seemingly unfocused eyes are taking in everything around her, tracking and filtering potential threats. The only tell is the way she drums her fingers on her hip near her weapon sheath. She shows no signs of her injuries and confidently leans on her previously broken leg. She pretends to have just noticed you, even though she watched you approach from afar. Oh, hey! See how they patched me up? Now I can run, jump, or dance a jig if I feel like. That's awesome. Are there any suspicious places in the city that I should pay attention to? There were a couple of spots I wanted to check out, but I didn't have time. If there really is a den of cultists there, it would be good if you could swoop in there and bust some heads. You don't even need a search warrant. And Evia shoots you just a crooked smile. The first one is the Silken Thread. It's a funny little tailor shop that doesn't take any orders and never buys any fabric, but they always seem oh so busy. They're busy with something in there alright, but sewing ain't it. The second one is the alchemy shop, Topaz Solutions, and they trade in everything, not just healing potions. Judging by the ingredients they've been buying in the black market, there's something fishy about the alchemical rituals going down in that place. So, I have to go. Alright, watch yourself now. There is Indara and Pink Eye who talk about the Crusades and how that is going. You can talk to Scylla here. You can talk to Lan here. Camellia is standing there at the bar. And we are going to here grab one quest near Forn Autumn Haze. A tall, fragile-looking elf sits in front of you, eyes closed. He is as pale as a ghost, his arm wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. You spot other bandages on his body under his clothes, but even in such a miserable state, he manages to keep calm. Raising his eyes to meet yours, he says faintly, "I am Forn Autumn Haze, at your service." His pale lips are reddened by blood, but you see no signs of pain or fear in his grey eyes. "Do you need help?" After giving you a cold, intense look, he shakes his head. "Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. A local healer tended to me. Besides, I come from a resilient, hardy people. My body will endure both the wounds and the poison delivered through them." "Who are you?" "My name is Forn Autumn Haze, and I've come here from Keonin because I am a hunter, and all minions of evil are my quarry. I won't say more than that, if you don't mind. We are strangers and of different races and culture. I would rather not tell you more than is necessary." Like, the elves from Keonin are such superior assholes. I'm Raimi, you can trust me, I might be able to help you." After a brief pause, Forn says, "It would be impolite to offer such a direct and friendly offer. Who is your quarry here in Mendev?" "I was hunting a fugitive, a Descarite by the name of the Kaeleza. It pains me to admit that there are heinous malefactors such as her among my noble kind. I managed to catch up to her in Canabras and I wounded her. Then demons appeared and the city was engulfed in flames. I was injured in the battle that ensued and couldn't free her soul from its service to her dark masters. I'm sorry for your misfortune. I hope things will turn out differently next time." He purses his lips. "There is no need for pity. Our ancient kind is blessed with great longevity. We gain a deeper understanding of the world than other races, and we learn our lessons better than anyone. That goes from learning from our mistakes as well. I survived, which means I will be prepared. More when next we meet. Okay, I have to go. Good fortune to you." And so we have Find the Storytellers, The Divided City. We have find Chana Aldori. We have Cold Waters, which we can't do anything about. A Stay of Execution, which we can do something about by being fast enough. A Common Cause, which is gathering allies, which we can do again something about because of the way we are going about all of this. Spice amidst our ranks is clearing out Estrad, Tower of Estrad. We completed Devoured by Darkness, and we're going to do that on our way to the southern half of our fair city, to put it mildly. But first, we are going to free a certain thief. Surrender thy soul, Delphin! Iomade, protect us! Haha, got you again! How many times is that today? Take your chokes and shove him, thiefling. Oh, easy there, chief, don't hit me. First of all, loot. Not worth it, not worth it, not worth it. Not worth it. I say as I collect everything. Same here. Same here. There's also this one here, where again, the same happens. I don't know what these levers are for, and I will look that up before next stream. On Thursday, probably.
Hey, Chief! Ooh, hey, gorgeous. Come over here. I want to talk to you about something. Something really important.
The young tiefling sits cross-legged on the floor. He looks relatively calm for someone in shackles, but his tail whips back and forth in agitation.
Quit bothering the decent people in here, Woljif, or I'll knock your teeth out!
What's it to you, Delvin Dum-Dum? You were told to guard me, and I'm not stopping you. But no one told me I had to shut my trap.
Who are you?
Woljif. Woljif Jefto. I deal in useful things. I can get you whatever you want. Anything. But there's just one problem.
The tiefling, rattles his chains and gives you a meaningful look. So, what do you want from me?
I'll lay it out for you. Simple job, 30 minutes tops. We go someplace, talk to someone, and in return, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Some extra rations? No problem. Armor, weapons, scrolls, you name it. It's as good as yours. If you need my help with something, whistle and I'll be there. I'm handy enough with knives too, and even my magic know-how isn't too shabby.
What a load of guff! If you were good at magic, you wouldn't be stuck in here now, would you?
Don't you listen to him, Chief. He'd find fault with the Queen herself. I'll be useful to have in battle, and I'll sell whatever you want at a reasonable price. It's your lucky day. You won't meet another gem like me in Canabras.
No, I won't.
That's easy. You know Irabeth? Feisty-looking gal, always wears armor. You can't miss her. She's the meanest fighter in the whole city. When you see her, put her in a good word for me, will ya? Tell her there's this guy, Woljif, locked up for no good reason in the Defender's Heart. Well, for the follies of his youth. And he really wants to get out on bail so he can keep up his good behavior and make a contribution to society. You got that? Will you do it?
All right. I'll go talk to Erebeth about your situation.
I knew I could count on you. Knew it the moment I laid eyes on you.
So, we'll talk later. So, he is an Eldritch Scoundrel rogue, and he is very useful to have. He is also, like, only 1 point behind Camellia as a trickster, and he is actually likable. I just dislike Camellia. Any success? How's the city? Yeah, so I haven't gone out yet. I will go in just a bit, but there's a tiefling chained up here. What can you tell me about him? Woljif is a petty thief from a gang of tieflings operating in Canabras. That's what we call them in these parts. They tried to rob a vendor of magical items recently. Unfortunately, we apprehended only one of them, and the rest managed to escape. We have nowhere else to keep him apart from the defense heart, but that's hardly a prison. Woljif knows it too. He's been begging us for days to let him go free or have someone vouch for him. He's already asked you to put in a good word for him, hasn't he? Erebeth squints at you thoughtfully, then shrugs. If you want to recruit Woljif and put him to good use, go ahead. Take him off our guard's hands. We can ill afford to let a soldier spend their days watching over a middling thief. I hope the tiefling proves useful, should you decide to take him along. So, we got that. We now have the ability to have a rogue in our party after we stop circling around the pillar. Right.
Well, Chief, you must be a smooth talker. Come on, Delvin, get these bracelets of yours off me. I'm going free.
You're sure to regret this. This tiefling will fleece you for everything you've got. Mark my words.
And yet he is a better person than one of the nobles you so proudly serve. Oh wait, two of the nobles you so proudly serve.
You're a bitter little man, Delvin. Petty and mean. You can't even be happy for me, can ya? I pity you. I'll leave you alone with your sad little soul. So long. And now, Chief, straight down to business. You see, I'm one of those guys that people around here call thieflings. We just call ourselves the family. After we knocked over that shop and I got stuck here in the Defender's Heart, a little bird told me that Big Sister Charisme wanted to see me. That she had some questions to ask me. You following? Now, she won't be asking me questions like, Woljif, how'd you manage to get out of this one? Or, Woljif, you're so thin, didn't they feed you? No, something serious has gone down, and I just know they want to try to pin something on me. I can feel it in my tail. So, I knew right away that I couldn't go alone. You turned up just in time, Chief. You don't need to do anything when we get there. Just stand behind me and look mean, and I'll handle the rest. Somehow. Let's go. I'll show you the way.
He is such a bastion of confidence. Right, we'll help him. We'll go back, because we need to go back. And then we will... No. We will help him. We won't go back immediately, even though our route takes us right past. Then we will go ahead and travel to the main market, from there to the Blackwing Library, and from there we will have the option to immediately go back. Also, we will be doing a little bit of trolling, and it will be glorious. Right, leave, put Woljif in the party. Right then, global map of the city, WASD, scroll to zoom in and out, however that is not available on this particular map. Left mouse button to go somewhere. This is the whole map that you can see like that. Let's go to the Tiefling hideout. We discovered the fallen horse and travel further. Now, the marked area here is the canyon that Mr. Descari so kindly made for us. It is difficult terrain and we will move way slower on it, unfortunately. Also, random encounters. As long as we're on one of these maps, we will be able to lose items. When we detect an enemy before they detect us, we get the option to avoid the fight. If we don't, we don't get the option to avoid the fight. If we get the option to avoid the fight, I usually don't do it in these first parts, but later on I do. You're not going to get good loot out of these very, very first ones. Right then. New formation, so that they don't bundle up too closely, because that gets some pathing issues. Right, let's continue. This is the safe area, by the way, and we already had a fight that we failed to sneak past. This is another formation tutorial. We've already gone over that twice.
Go for their hearts.
This is rather large amount of HP. At least Woljif will be able to get a sneak attack off. No, he won't.
The light, take you.
And we won't be able to get this attack off either.
I'll cut you wide open.
Make every strike count.
These are still flat-footed, so you still get sneak attack if you hit Woljif.
Guide my blade. We won't falter.
The spirits
This is
demand your
just
blood.
going awesomely.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
And thus we get our attack. This is the area that we fought in, just right next to the cliffside, so let's see just what we can find if we go to the Thiefling hideout. Also, there is a wall around all of this, so even though it looks like you should be able to like go here or maybe go through here, these are closed, so the quickest way is like this. And that's a pain. That is a pain. Now, the Thiefling hideout, we are hired to stand and be rather intimidating.
Let us be off.
The basement is dark and dank, and you are immediately struck by the hostility of the gathered tieflings. 5 of them are kneeling along the wall, separate from the rest. The tall woman, who had been cleaning her fingernails with the tip of the knife, greets you with narrowed eyes. Brother Woljif, you got my message then? Sorry, I couldn't swing by sooner there, Sister Kirisme. I was just one thing after another. First I was in the shackles, next, well, no, I was still in shackles and I was being watched. And then the chief got me out. And I came here straight away. I knew you'd been waiting on me. Enough talking, or else we'll be here all night. So, we had a clear plan. We were going to wait for nightfall, slip into the shop, grab the goods and leave. Even if the neighbors called the guards, there was time to get away. But what happened? That bitch Erebeth showed up almost right away. She knew we'd be there. Somebody betrayed us and I have a good idea who it was. What do you have to say? Make it quick. Do you think Woljif knows the name of the traitor? She speaks. I thought Woljif only brought you so he'd have someone to hide behind if things went south. Well, yeah, but I have my own brain. Half of one, with an intelligence score of 7, but I do have one. Yes, he knows the name of the traitor. Every gang that Brother Woljif has been a part of has very quickly come to an end. The hideout location was passed to the guards, or their competitors found out where they could ambush them. Woljif is the only one who always comes out smelling of roses. If you think about it, you come to the same conclusion as the rest of us. I'd have to say that meant that Woljif was cursed with finding friends among losers and screw-ups, but now that he's with us, that must mean the curse has been broken. That depends. He was indeed most fortunate to find himself in a party with me. On the other hand, he also ended up with a party with you. So, Woljif, why don't you tell us your side of the story? What happened? What's there to tell? About a week ago, Sister Kirisme got 6 of us together in this very basement. Me and those 5 over there, I mean. Woljif jerks his head towards the 5 tieflings kneeling by the wall. She rounds us up, says we've got a score. Ancient trees and wonders, the one place no one of these ever been able to hit. the place that's guarded by a golem. But now, a powerful scroll that would knock out the golem just happened to come into our possession, along with the tip-off that the shop owner would be gone on a particular night. All 6 of us know a bit of magic, and we know that any enchanted junk will sell for a pretty penny, so we're in. And the most important thing was that none of us was to be hanging about the shop ahead of the job. No casing out the place, no calling attention to ourselves from either the golem or its master. This job was top secret. That's all true so far. Go on. We did everything right. With the locks and the golem, I picked the lock. I remember it clear as day. Sister Dana was on lookout. Brother Melron had the scroll. Duffy, Taffy and Varnier brought the sacks. We covered the windows and lit the torches. I remember scooping up rings and tossing them in the sack. And one right expensive one rolled away from me. I called under a table after it, and next thing I know, Airbeth was there. Everybody scampered, but I was still under the table. Not my finest moment. I was going to wait it out, but then those blockheads were dragging me out by my tail and put me in circles. They took all my rings off. Me. About 20,000 worth, and to add insult to injury, I never even found the last one. In the end, I got busted over nothing. So they caught you, poor thing, stripped you of your loot, and you didn't even manage to stash anything. Charisme is pointedly polishing her knife. Where is the moon of the abyss, Brother Woldjeff? So, like, we can ask what the moon of the abyss is, but Woldjeff will explain it to us later, so, go on, Woldjeff. That's the whole story! Woldjeff crosses his arms, looking affronted. Some family this turned out to be. It's just a name in the end. In real family, people take each other at the word. They don't throw around accusations. I didn't take the moon of the abyss. What am I gonna do with it? You can't sell it to no Crusaders. It's a special item. You can't wear it. It'll get nicked. It's pretty to look at, sure, but it ain't that pretty. If it's that important to you, Sister Charisme, I'll find it, and I'll drag the traitor here by his horns, just so as you don't end up at the bottom of the salon. But do you know what you're gonna owe me for that? An apology, right here, in front of everyone. You're gonna apologize loud and clear, so everybody hears it. You'll say, sorry Woldjeff, you're a good guy, and I was wrong about you. Fine, you're one of my people, which is why I'm going to give you some time. But if you run, Brother Woldjeff, the family will get you wherever you go. You'll spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder, tossing and turning at night, fearing poison in every cup and every meal. You'll look into the eyes of every tiefling you meet, wondering if the families come for you. You'll have no peace. But one day, you'll be tired of running. You'll stop to catch your breath. And that's when we'll get you. Got that? You have a way of words, Sister Charisme. That way that almost made me wet myself, but a way it is. Let's go, Chief. We'll go chat to that scary gal Erebeth. She knows you a little, and we can ask her who ratted us out. I'll let you do the talking. Alright, we'll find the real traitor, I guess. And I'll get my apology. Onwards to Erebeth, Chief. Let's go clear my good name. Right out the traitor, but be quick about it. Time's running out. I don't want to get chewed up by demons. So, we are going to talk to Erebeth very quickly. Because it's one on the way, literally. Like, even if we're going where I want to go, we pass by it quite easily. And also, another region I want to reach will be unlocked by that. And it's unlocked only by talking to her. And it's casing out that particular place. So, let's go ahead and do that. However, I think at the end of that particular one, we might actually stop for a while and start some Dragon Fable. And then, let's see here. Erebeth. There's a traitor I'm trying to track down. Who's your informant among the thieflings? Erebeth arches her brows in surprise. Canabris is threatened by a demon lord, and you have enough spare time to help out thieves? Erebeth sighs. I don't like this, but I hope you know what you're doing. I'll tell you everything I know. I did not see my informant's face. He slipped out of a dark alley and handed me the note and disappeared. He had a cloak with a hood masking his face, but the long horns didn't fit under it. There should be a guardian golem in Ancient Trees and Wonders, the shop they tried to rob. The owner gave us the construct's code word just in case. The golem itself was destroyed, but the head seems to be intact, so you can interrogate the thing and find out what it saw. The code word is the hand of Irori. This shop's owner must have escaped, but there is a chance you'll get lucky with the golem. So let's go. Go here, we'll leave again. And then we'll go to Ancient Trees. On Ancient Trees we will go ahead and then start there. Find out what there is to find out. Except this. And then rush to fight the good fight. Ancient Trees and Wonders is right here. Travel, then to the Thieflings, and then to Blackwing. And yeah, unfortunately it didn't go quite as planned, but it is what it is. Ancient Trees and Wonders. A scroll. Ooh. A scroll of blast weapon.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Hello?
Free at last. I thought I'd be flattened like a pancake under that rubble. Much obliged. Damn, I'm not in any pain, but my head is still foggy for some reason. What's with all the hubbub in the city? The name's Finian. I'm a Pathfinder. If there's anything I can do to help, I will.
You're a Pathfinder?
That's right, Finian Dismar, Pathfinder and Crusader. I roam around the world wound wherever my tasks lead me. Scouting mostly, but this last while I've just been hanging around in Canabris, waiting until I'm needed again. I'm bored out of my mind, but at least this shop makes for better lodging than some inn.
What I meant was, what are you?
What's that supposed to mean? I just told you. You want to know where I hail from, is that it? Well, I'm from around here, actually. We Kelets of the Star Eye clan fled when the World Wound troubles began. But I couldn't stand by while the demons wreaked havoc, so I came back. Or did you mean to ask about my weapon of choice? My best weapon is every weapon. I'm a skilled and capable fellow, if I do say so myself. I can swing a sword and poke with a spear, but what I am best at is communing with the spirits. They call folks like me Phantom Blades.
A Phantom Blade? What's that?
It's like a spiritualist, but with a twist. It means that some spirit took a liking to me at some point, and it can turn into whatever weapon I need. Handy, eh? I don't need any whetstones or enchantments. Doesn't take up space either. Although, to be fair, it's not a barrel of laughs. The spirits that bestow this kind of power don't come from happy places, and they're not exactly bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. They usually appear after great battles that leave few survivors.
Yeah, that sounds awful. The city is currently under attack by the demons.
Wait, what? The last thing I saw was some thieves breaking in here. And then the guards came, everyone was running around. After that, it's a bit of a blur. Right when things got intense, they dropped the cabinet on me. I couldn't even help the owner. I was just lying under the shelves like a dimwit until you came along. If there are demons in Canabris, we must do something about it. The city needs every blade it can get. Hey, do you mind taking me with you? I don't think I can handle this alone. And besides, the more the merrier.
So how did you end up in this shop? Talking weapon?
I've been waiting here so long, I don't even remember anymore. Just sitting and waiting for any word from the Pathfinders, but it looks like everyone has forgotten about me. The shop owner is an old friend of the Pathfinders, so I've taken up residence here.
Alright, I'll take you with me.
I swear you won't regret it. I can do all sorts of things. Is there anything your party is missing? A sword, a spear, a bow? Just say the word.
You have a unique companion, Finian the Talking Weapon. You can access him through a special button on your inventory. Click on it to start a dialogue with him or to change his form. He can take the shape of any weapon and you can then give him to one of your characters in your party. There's no limitations to changing Finian's form. Finian will become more powerful as his personal story progresses. And so we can, in theory, remove some of our weapons. We're not going to start dialogue. Great sword, though. And now we have a great sword with an enchantment +1 called Iron and Ghost Touch. It's not a masterwork, but in information, a enchantment +1 gets bonus on both attack and damage rolls, while a masterwork one it gets a +1 enhancement bonus on attack rolls alone. So we can unequip this. I just won't because I think it looks hilarious and we have more than enough room. Alright then, let's look at this. Some scrolls have been torn apart and some have been trodden on by muddy boots.
Might be trap, might be treasure.
Right. We found a demon heart. That is awesome. We found another spiral shell. We found a pipe fox, which gives you a +3 insight bonus on knowledge arcana and a +2 insight bonus on knowledge on perception checks. Then some more junk, as well as something that's worth quite a bit of money. Perception check failed.
My tail is twitching. Must be a sign.
And some more loot. We found the ring that Woljif missed.
Together we stand.
Onwards.
And so we can go here and speak to the golem. The formerly well-appointed shop now looks a sorry state. It has been completely ransacked. Lying in the corner, next to a scorched wall, are the soot-covered shards of a clay golem's head. The golem's eye glows in the gloom. Master, code word. Hand of Irori. Code word, correct. The golem's eyes glow brighter, awaiting orders. Where did you come from? Who created you? This golem was created by Gefreen and Son. Address 3rd building on the right, Jewelers Alley, Nerosian, Mendev. Model G504ENE, which stands for Experimental and Enhanced. For all enquiries, contact Mr. Gefreen. Tell me about any suspicious people who came to the shop in the last week. The golem is silent for a moment. 56 individuals entered the shop. Human, female, old. Gnome, male, old. Human, female, old. He'll be reeling off customers till nightfall. We need to ask it in a different way. Were any of the suspicious people tieflings? The golem is silent for a while. Tieflings, 3. Male, tiefling male, middle-aged. Tiefling male, young. Tiefling female, young. Describe the young male tiefling. Tiefling male, medium height, short horns curling backward, medium length tail, eye color yellow, hair color black, special observations, annoyed master. Horns, hair, tail, that sounds like me, but it's not possible. I know what the security is like here. I didn't come near the place. I gave you my word, Chief. No, special observations. Subject was unremarkable. There, see? Can't have been me. Describe the middle-aged male tiefling. Tiefling, male, medium height, long horns, medium length tail, eye color, pale blue, skin color, dark, special observations, red hair. Oh, that's our traitor. I'd bet your life on it. Charisma drilled it into our heads that we wasn't to go hanging about the shop. Red hair, we got a couple gingers and plenty more who get it out of a bottle. So much for a special observation. Golems aren't all they cracked up to me. Maybe its master knows more. Describe the female tiefling. Tiefling, female, above average height, hair long, pale, tail not observed, long horns, eye color blue, special observations, scar on nose, baldric with gold stitching. I don't know that one. A new arrival most likely. Gold stitching, eh? Wouldn't mind getting to know her a little better. Where is your master? Philemon Fruliatros, my master, is in his hiding place. Revealing the location of the hiding place is prohibited, prohibited, prohibited. He'd likely hold him up in the basement when the commotion started. The entrance should be around here somewhere. Where is the basement in this place? The basement is below me. The guard is... I guard the basement. Leaving my post is prohibited. I found out everything I want to know. Now then, unequip armor for just a bit. Master awaiting orders. Athletics, move the golem.
I am finished.
And we succeeded our athletics check with a 17 when the DC was 16. Right. Also, Crypt Raider's armor. This +1 skill mill grants its wearer a +2 insight bonus to AC against undead. So when we face undead, we will have a 22 AC, a 18 flat-foot, a 20 flat-footed, and a 15 touch AC, which we will keep because of the fact that even though touch doesn't take your armor into account, it does take special enchantments on the armor into account, I think. Right then, to the basement, I guess. Let's hope that the order, the master knows more. Oh, we're investigating robbery, so let's rob this place.
Am I not?
Grab some of the alcohol laying here. And then we go and talk to him. The elderly gnome, so portly as to be nearly spherical, is curled up in the corner of the basement, shaking. Marauders! Bandits! Scavengers! Yeah, makes sense. All of those things and much more. Before you report us to the authorities, mind if we have a chat? Please, calm down. No one's going to rob you. You do look better dressed than the local thieves and ragamuffins. You came here to tell me that the nightmare is over? No, it's not. You came here to steal my riches. Get back! The gnome notices Wooljeff and his rounded face turns scarlet. You... Wooljeff, you dirty little sneak thief! You've been sniffing around my shop for years. Finally worked up the courage to rob me, did you? Get out of here! You and your pals have taken everything already, I'm sure. Not everything? Most things, yes. Not everything. The gnome seems to settle slightly. My name's Philemon Fruliatros. I was the owner of the shop, but I'm not sure I can claim to be the owner of anything now. I hope there's at least something left of it. Oh, come off it! Your shop's been fine. It's a bit ransacked maybe, but nothing a bit of spit and polish can't do. Okay, so, where were you the night of the robbery? Do you think I robbed my own shop? I was here in the basement. I was told to make it look like I'd left. The watch was very keen to get their hands on those thieflings. They seem to be multiplying all over Galarian. So of course I did everything they said, and I've been stuck in the basement since then. The golem wouldn't move away from the door no matter how much I yelled at it. But then I thought it was all the good. Somebody came by after the guards and caused the ruckus upstairs, bellowing like mad, taking advantage of my absence. Tell me about the thieflings that have visited Ancestries and Wonders recently. Why should I tell you anything about my customers? You're not from the City Guard or the Eagle Watch. So we can try to bluff for that, or we can try to intimidate. I think we're just going to bluff. I'm here helping the Eagle Watch to catch the culprits. It's in your interest to tell me everything. We succeeded at the bluff check with a DC of 20 exactly. Meets it, beats it, so that is working in my advantage for once. It usually happens when they meet my armor class. Exactly. So they haven't got the thieflings. I thought the city's finest were on the job and they... You can't rely on anything. Ask your question then if it's so important. Tell me about the red-haired tiefling. A red-haired tiefling? I suppose, yes, there was one who came in, spent a long time looking around. He was a person of modest means, I could tell by his clothes, but he asked me to show him an Azamar-made chainmail. He certainly couldn't afford it. That's when I suspected that something was off. I checked everything after he left, but nothing was missing, and that put my mind at ease. Can't remember what he looked like. I didn't get a good look at his face. All I remember is that he was wrapped in a green cloak like he was freezing. But that's all I have. That's it. With that description, we'll surely sniff him out. Come on, Chief. Back to Sister Kara's may we go. And to have a good long shifty at all my brothers and put all those clues together. Something tells me our traitor isn't going to wriggle out of this one. So, then... Tiefling woman? A tiefling woman, yes. Ah, yes, I remember now. A noble lady. Unlike the tiefling ruffians we have around here, she purchased magical equipment for the crusade and she promised to come again. If only all tieflings were like that, I'd be laughing all the way to the bank. And what about Woljif? Filament's face wrinkles in the stays. Woljif Jeff though, right? I've known him from a long time, though I'd rather not known him at all. He's been skulking around my shop for years, treating the place like a free museum. He always wanted to look at the moon of the abyss. I'd chase him out, but he'd just slink back in again. If he was with the gang that robbed my shop, I'll bet anything that he swiped the moon. How come I'm the prime suspect? Whoever betrayed us all, that's the one who's got the moon. I want to see it return too, you get me? I don't like the idea of other people's grubby's med on it. So we can attack him, but no, that's just weird. Why would I attack him? So I found everything I wanted to know. If that isn't enough to help you catch the thieves, then I don't know what else to tell you. Now, be on your way and leave me in peace with my wreck of a shop. So we go back upstairs, then on to the beautiful, beautiful place called the Thiefling's Hideout. Then we travel to the marketplace, and from there we go to let's see, from there we go to the Blackwing Library if we have the time for that. Charisma drums her fingers nervously on the handle of a blade. Well, are you going to tell me who the traitor is? The name and the moon of the abyss that they stole. I don't need anything else. Take a good look at the suspects. The tieflings are tense and ready to reach for their weapons. The only red-handeds are Mulroon and Duffy. The dark-skinned tieflings are Varnir, Duffy, and Melroon. Duffy, Melroon, and Taffy have straight horns, but Taffy is female. Only Varnir and Melroon have green cloaks. So, like, it might seem that there are many. It's Melroon. Melroon is the only one who appears in all of them. Well, go on, tell her. It's Melroon. You pay for this. Fortial and Hepsamira will get you in the end. He tries to run. He tries to hit someone. He gets stabbed. Grab him. Take him away from questioning. Charisma looks wary, but her earlier tension has clearly lifted. He confessed. Someone connected to the cult of Baphomet ordered him to steal the moon of the abyss, and the best idea he could come up with was to drag us into it. He got that scroll to take out the golem. He betrayed us to Erebeth so he could swipe the amulet in the chaos. He thought we'd get nicked and he'd slink off to meet up with his customer. You've got the moon of the abyss? Let me look at it one more time. My whole life I've dreamt of holding it in my hands, if only for a second. He said when he got to the window display the moon was gone. He's lying, of course. He had time to hand a moon off to the person who ordered it. Bloody cultists. I don't really give a toss. I'm just glad we got to the bottom of this. So, what are you going to do now? Clear out of this place? The sooner the better. This city's dying and I don't want to die with it. The city would have already died if not for the people who stood up to defend it with the weapons in their hands. So defend it. I'm not stopping you. It's your city. But we've always been outsiders here. Why would we fight for you? And I have to go. Good decision. I don't plan to hang around long either. Sister! Woljif nervously bites his lip. His cheeks are flushed and his tail is swishing through the air. You forgot something! What now? You should be happy to be alive. An apology. You promised to apologize to me loudly in front of everyone. We're alone now, but I still want to hear it. Well? Ah, that. Charisma shrugs indefinitely. So, sorry I suppose for being wrong about you this time. Don't think that just because you didn't act like a jerk this one time, that it cancels out the rest of your record. I know all about you. Till next time, Woljif. Till next time. Better than nothing. Listen, Chief, when you've got a spare minute, come see me. I've something I want to discuss with you. But for now, let's get out of here. I don't like sitting down below ground when the building above is ready to crash down on our heads. So, very quickly, grab the loot. More loot. AKA some alcohol. Some more alcohol. And, the most important, the lockpicker's kit. Which gives you a +1 to trickery checks. Usables. We're not going to learn these yet, because we are going to meet up with a mage. Well, we're going to learn this one. And do we have another one of those? No. We're going to learn all the spells that we don't have doubles of. So that we will have access to all of those spells whenever we want instead of only when we have scrolls. He is an arcane caster after all, and arcane casters with spellbooks need to learn. As my character is a sorcerer type caster, so a spontaneous arcane caster, we don't need to learn it. There's Defender's Hearts where we can talk to Woljif, or we can go here, then here. Let's just go to the Fallen Wars, which takes 2 hours. We got some regents. Now to the market square. And we got into a fight. So I think that after we get to the market square, we will stop this stream, at least for a bit, and destroy some creatures in Dragon Fable. So that shouldn't take too long, at least the particular thing that got added, namely a single quest this week, and last week there was a fight that I'm not going to win anyway, so might as well try it once and then just gotta start somewhere. Oh, we've got 5-ish minutes left. We could yeah, we could meet up with the sweetest of characters. And then I'll set it all up. It might be a bit different. It might look a bit less organized than normal though, since it sometimes messes up when I start up OBS before I start up the others. Before I start up the gameplay launcher for Dragon Fable. Go on. You're at 100%. Okay. A knowledge arcana check.
This is my kind of work.
These enormous cracks appeared after a magically induced earthquake. So, we can fight here.
Do not waver.
Camellia, please attack him. Lan, please attack that wretch. Yes, I know about the damage reduction.
We can do it.
17 damage is more than enough, I'd gather. I'd reckon. Oh no, it dealt damage.
Go for their hearts.
Woljev only has some masterwork daggers, not cold iron ones. Luckily, we have more than enough cold iron to deal with it. Some loot over here.
Follow me.
But we're not there for the loot. We're here for a very specific character. Let's go here now. This is
We'll
ridiculous.
make this quick. She won't feel a thing.
I don't know. Can we really do this?
Listen, we don't have a choice. There are demons everywhere. What else would you have us do?
A group of knights surround a young elven girl. She is dressed in rags that barely cover the hideous scars on her body. The beggar girl is on her knees, watching placidly as the people argue heatedly around her. It is as if she doesn't sense the looming threat at all. A black crowd flies in agitated circles above her head.
In Iomede's name, we're sorry, girl, but it is our duty. We have to do this, not for our own sake, but for the sake of everyone who can still be saved from the demons. If we don't win this battle, you won't have long to live anyway.
The knight brings his sword up above the girl's head.
They're insane. We've got to do something.
Sela looks at you with terror in her eyes.
I understand. You're scared. You feel powerless. You think this will help. You don't have to justify yourselves to me. Just do what you've decided to do.
The girl smiles serenely, as though she isn't at risk of imminent death. What's going on here? The knight's hands are shaking.
Our weapons barely scratch the demon's hides. We're sacrificing this girl to Iomade so we can consecrate our weapons with her innocent blood and gain the power to destroy the spawn of the Abyss.
It's extreme, but we have no other choice. We have to defend this city somehow, or else we'll all perish, including her.
Let's see. A lore religion check with a +3 will have the best outcome. But I think we have more chance of making this happen. Who taught you to do this? This sounds like cultist work to me.
Good point. Whose idea was this? I think it was yours.
The knight looks at his comrades in suspicion.
My idea? I was against the whole thing right from the start. Who said we needed to make a sacrifice? Wasn't it you? You can't blame anyone else for that.
Please don't fight. All of you are good people, defenders of the city. You just made a mistake. Please don't hurt them.
The girl turns to you with the last thing.
The little girl is defending the people who wanted to slaughter her a minute ago. She's either a saint or she's insane. Maybe the two together.
Hey, I know her. I see her all the time on the street. She's a couple of cards short of a full deck, if you know what I mean.
Hi. Remember when we used to play together when we were little? But then you went and got all big. And I stayed the same for some reason.
Yeah, she is an elf. She has been like a child for the past 100-ish year? No, not 100. She has been here for a long time.
Huh? I played with you? Pull the other one.
You did. We played tag and hide and seek. Then you and the bigger boys came up with the game where you all threw stones at me. You laughed so hard. It made me happy too. But then you grew up and went away to do grown-up things. Wanna play with me now?
For the love of... Canabris is too damn small.
So, you can do the lawful thing. So you have 3 options. You can send them all to the Defender's Heart and tell them to never do anything that disgusting again. You can do the lawful thing, which is punish the instigator, and you can kill them all. I'm going to do the good thing. That is, give them a second chance. Go to the Defender's Heart Tavern. That's where the survivors are gathering. And don't even think about doing anything so disgusting ever again.
Thank you.
The knights hurry away before you can change your mind.
They're gone. And they all lived. I was sure that someone would die today. So many people have died here already. But we are still alive for some reason. Strange, isn't it?
The elf girl smiles at you. The crow alights on her shoulder and she looks at you with eyes that are much too intelligent for an ordinary bird.
But you shouldn't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a silly girl, really.
The girl shrugs, smiling serenely. So, who are you?
Call me Ember. I live here, on the streets, for many years now. But there's nothing to say about me.
Yeah, I don't think you're an ordinary girl, and that crow you have there is not ordinary either.
No, don't be silly. I'm very ordinary. Well, I know different types of tricks, but Soot taught me those.
The elf girl strokes the crow's beak. Its eyes narrow in satisfaction, and it makes a cooing sound.
Now Soot here, she truly is unusual. She's clever and she can talk, but only to me. She teaches me magic tricks and lots of other stuff. I don't know what I'd do without her.
Magic tricks, you say? You could prove useful when fighting the demons, and I'll be able to protect you from insane soldiers on the streets. Come with me.
I must have misheard. This girl? Join our party? What could we possibly want with this dirty little beggar?
Well, for once, she's actually wanted.
Sure, let's go.
The girl gives you a smile, choice, and then trouble. Like a child. And we get our Corruption and Nightmares introduction, which I will do next time that we actually rest. So, Control A, party formation, like this. We are all here. Let's save the game. And then go to main menu. Let's hope that this keeps on going. It doesn't. Okay, let me quickly start up the proper thing and then switch over to that scene. Maybe that works. I will go over what we have missed since last I played Dragon Fable. Alright then. Dragon Fable game? Yes. Alright.